I'm going to go ahead and call the Town of Essex Select Board meeting for Monday, August 4th to order. First up, agenda additions and changes. Are there anything from staff?
Nothing from staff.
Anything from the board? No changes. Moving right along. Next up on the agenda is public to be heard. Public to be heard is for members of the public to address the select board on items which are on the consent agenda or items which are not on the regular agenda. So if you do wish to speak, you can raise your physical hand if you're in the room. If you're online, you can raise your virtual hand. To do so, in the middle of your screen on the bottom, you'll see a react icon. It's a little heart. From there, you can select to raise your hand. Excuse me, I see folks here in the room with their hands up already, so we'll start here in the room. David, I think you are first. Come on forward, identify yourself, and you can address the board.
My name is David Scopin. Thank you for being here, and thank you for letting me speak once again. I would like to read a quote. We're disappointed with this decision as our proposal was developed through collaboration with town officials and staff and designed to comply with all applicable regulations while also supporting local economic development and the needs of our customers in the Burlington area. That's Steve Kelly. I probably don't have to introduce him to you all. You undoubtedly know him, is that correct? Does everyone?
I don't know.
No one knows him.
No. I know him. I don't know.
Please address the board and let's keep the discussion up.
Well, I was distracted there for a second. I'm surprised that none of you know him because when he talks about town officials and staff, some of you must have met the guy. You didn't? You undoubtedly dealt with someone different. Well, Steve is the Amazon spokesperson, and I'm sure you've probably kept up with all the excitement, and I want to share that excitement. A 4-2 decision was monumental. I think it's earth-shattering. I just absolutely in awe of it. So none of you have dealt with any of the Amazon representatives, is that correct?
No one on the board that I'm aware of has met. This is not a select board issue. It was solely within the authority of the Development Review Board.
Well, no, I understand, and I was rather shocked with that quote because he acts as though he spoke with individuals, but everyone present is denying no one from Amazon spoke with you in the last 6 months. Is that correct? I mean, why are we looking around?
Because it's not a select board issue.
I understand that, but if he spoke with someone, I'm always hoping
David,
that you are...
David,
yes.
David, please do not interrupt me when I am trying to answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Because this is a Development Review Board issue, I fully expect that they would have worked with officials from community development. But working with the town manager's office on behalf of the select board, that did not happen.
Gotcha. So the town manager, Greg, you're not aware of ever having anyone from Amazon come to you or anyone else that you know?
Is there a purpose for your
Well, yes,
question?
because
I think
it seems to me that this quote indicates that there was something that took place that the public, me, and other citizens who are concerned about the welfare of town of Essex would be aware of it. Does that make sense to everyone? That I know that transparency is one of the largest issues that you all have been talking a great deal about. I know I hear it constantly. from certain individuals with the development review staff from the that deal with the development review board. But I assumed that if someone was going to come to someone, that they would include the town manager or possibly even select board members, as well as the development review board and the planning commission, et cetera, et cetera.
I will entertain two questions, which I am going to ask the town manager. Did you have any conversations with Amazon?
I have not, no.
Okay.
Okay, then I obviously have wrong end of the stick. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, David. Other public comment in the room? Come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am still Walter Adams, and I still live at Indian Brook Road. Have for 50 years.
Welcome.
I am back to have another quick discussion about the fire department support ordinance that got created a little while ago. Ms. Adams was nice enough to forward to me some of the information that I could not get off the town website. And having reviewed that, I couldn't help but notice the first thing that I noticed was the difference in what would have happened in terms of fee structure for a facility like Amazon had the town not doubled its fee structure in December and voted to approve the ordinance for the fire department as part of this process. In November, had Amazon been approved, they would have paid $60,000 in fees. And with this new ordinance and the doubling of the fee structure for building permits, they would have paid $259,000 in fees. That does seem pretty surprising. If I look at the actual ordinance, there was on line 19, it indicates that there was a prior ordinance in place since 1989. And I wondered if there was a study then, and if there was, should it be referenced and added as a reference to this ordinance, as well as the one from 2004 and the VSD report that was the actual impetus for this impact fee. Just wondered about that. On line number 146, it notes that the fire impact fees are to escalate each year, or may be escalated each year based on CPIU. Why are not the parks and rec fees also being raised by that same CPIU? I guess that's the question, the one question I would ask. And if you had done so since 1989, and you admitted that the CPIU was an average of 2% over the last 20-something years, then the $215 fee that's existing now would be $440. And if you admitted it was going to be a 3% average over that same period, it would have been would now be $625, not $215. It also appears to me that the information that occurs in that report, that first Parks and Rec report, needs to be added to the current ordinance in order for you to be able to properly calculate the information that's being asked of you in that report, because there is no information. And of course, the issues that are listed as R1 and R2 are totally Greek, because you don't have any of that information, because all of that occurs in the 1989, and all they did was give you an example of what's going on, not how to calculate it. And the question then is it smarter to just admit that you're just going to change this ordinance and make it a fire ordinance or fire department ordinance instead of arguing that it's going to do Parks and Rec as well. That's kind of up to you, I guess. You've already passed it. So then there is a discussion on lines 239 and 241 about facilities that are damaged, either burned down or have some kind of physical damage, and have already paid this fee, and they could be replaced in kind based on size, use, or intensity of transportation demand. And I would argue that use or intensity of transportation demand have nothing to do with how this fee was calculated. It's based simply on the number of employees for a commercial application, number of employees, and the size of the building. So I just wondered how that language got in there and whether it should be changed and perhaps should be based on employment. And on line 335, there's a reference to the Traffic and Municipal Ordinance Bureau, something I have never heard of. And what is that? And does the town have paid staffers working on it? So that's that one. The other issue that occurs during the recreational impact fee discussion is that the fee is based on a specific number per person, and apparently that fee has a list of the per person living in each different kind of housing unit. And the question would be whether that schedule should be adjusted, because clearly, as pointed out in the VSD study, the number of people per unit in Essex has gone down, so that the number of people living in a 3-bedroom house is no longer 2.93. It may be some other number, and maybe that should be addressed as well. As I read it, the residential section of the fire impact fee suggests that a 3-bedroom dwelling unit would pay a fee of $1,004, and I assume a per capita fee of $1,692 based on 4 people. The typical of a 3-bedroom being 2 in one bedroom and 1 of each of the other 2. So if that number is some other number than that, it's not represented in the ordinance. That there is no discussion of how many people live in a specific sized dwelling unit. So I just assumed that. And that would suggest then a total of almost $2,700 being paid as part of this fire ordinance. Now, the question becomes, if this people who moved in had twins instead of a single child for that 3rd bedroom, does it mean they have to rush down and pay the $443 additional fee for having an extra person, or face the $500 a day penalty? Or if they took 2 weeks, would you have to add the $7,000 worth of penalty because it's $500 a day for not paying the fee? Just wondered. And then the other question I have is, have you made a deal with the local hospitals to be notified of any births to folks who have an Essex town address, so that you can keep abreast of the new Essex residents, and maybe send them a welcome card and remind them that they have to come in and pay the fee? The next questions have to do with the actual impact study fee from Mr. Slayton or Slasson. And I've gotten smart and got rid of 90% of this stuff. Part of the problem that I had with his layout was that apartments are considered commercial. And while I agree that there are some apartments that should be considered commercial, meaning group homes, senior citizen centers, nursing homes, I would say that those are commercial. I would not argue that all apartments are. And because of the demand for services that occur from facilities like that, it would appear to me that it would be more appropriate that you divide the fee structure into 4 different areas. The 2 that exist now, which is residential and industrial, and 2 more, 1 for commercial and 1 for group homes, so that you could more fairly distribute against the fee against the actual demand. And I would like to point out that his report does suggest the actual numbers of fire calls over the last 15 years has not changed dramatically, meaning the number of calls out to fight an actual fire. The actual number of calls has gone up 70%, but the actual number to fight a fire has remained almost zero difference between now and in 2008. So that suggests that the bulk of the additional call-outs are EMS, and I guess I was surprised to find out that Essex was even doing EMS because I hadn't heard they were. So that just completely surprised me. So then I stopped to say, okay, what would happen if I had this 3-bedroom house with 4 residents that paid $2,627 as a fire fee? If it was in the R2 zone, this is information that's right out of the last few pages of his report, this building would, for his purposes, generate 0.11 calls. Well, he does it per month, but I've rounded it to 0.11 calls per year if it was in the R2 zone. If it was in the R1 zone, meaning this 3-bedroom house was in a R1 zone, it would generate 0.9 calls per year. So if you do the math backwards, that says that a 3-bedroom residence, each call is worth, for a 1 call of deal, is worth $26,270, 10 times that actual fee. So once every 10 years, they're going to make a visit to this house, is what it boils down to, because it's 0.10 calls per year. However, if I were to look at the Amazon building, which is supposed to have 2.34 calls per month per 1,000 employees, each of its calls are going to cost it $53,462, or literally almost exactly twice as much as the residential calls. And I don't believe that that's fair or reasonable. And if you wish to go back through that, you can search it all out. But those numbers are right out of the report from what's his name. It's just a matter of looking at them in a different way. So as I said, I am concerned that this report and the ordinance itself creates a significant cost factor for people who might want to consider moving to the town of Essex, especially when the current fee for parks is, $640 for that same 3-bedroom house. Now you want 4 times as much to support the fire department. So that's the way I see this as sugaring out, and quite frankly, I'm very disappointed. And I guess the last comment I would make is, was there any input from the Essex Development Commission about this ordinance and its impact on development in Essex?
Yes, we did make it a point to make sure that committees were aware of and had the opportunity to weigh in on this ordinance. We actually delayed it for, was it 1 meeting or 2 meetings to collect
two
that
meetings.
input from committees?
And that's what I have to say. I'm sure it probably won't change any minds, but I want you to understand that from my standpoint, because like I said, I've been involved, I actually went and counted, and I've been involved in roughly 50% of all the buildings that are in Forestdale or on Thompson Drive and or Commerce Ave or Commerce Drive in one form or other. And I see this as making it much harder to build something in terms of getting people to want to spend money here as opposed to some other community. So, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Betsy, come on up.
Good evening, Betsy Dunn, Essex resident. First, I want to thank you very much for having this here. Because when I go to the other meetings in town, we don't have this here, and we don't have it around there, and it's very difficult to hear. And I think that this is something that has been a long, outstanding issue, that we don't have good microphones or speakers so that the residents who come here are able to come and hear what's being said without an issue. I think that's really important. If we have an IT person that's supposed to do that, then get some fire under him and get it done, because it needs to be done. Second, I think that I would like to question about a building inspector. I think we should put one on the books and create a new position, because I do believe that Sharon does her best, but I think that there have been a couple of things that have slipped by, and the building that was out here on 15, that they ended up putting another hole upstairs that was not in the permit, and they don't get anything done. They don't have to say, tear it down. And I think if we had a general inspector, and it may not even need to be a full-time job, but just to have someone that is coordinating the people who watched and see that the framing is up, and oh yeah, that's the right height, that's what you were going to do, and you're getting the electrical in there. Okay, this guy's going to come in, going to check out the electrical, and check out the water, check out the sewer, or whatever. I think it's a needed position in the town in order to have what we think we're getting instead of what they want to do and they get away with. Next thing that I would like to say is Bruce Post and I wrote a letter, which I gave to Karen to give to Greg, which I think you did. And also I gave it to Catherine Sonic so that she would get it out to the board members on the DRB, which did not happen. And never did we hear back from the letter from anyone of any import from that committee. That was a problem. Also, at the committee hearing, our zoning instructor said a couple of things that put a bee in my bonnet around, this second access, and I followed through on that. And I brought it here, and I mentioned it, and one of the board members said this on the select board said, well, if I wanted to put chickens in, I'd have to ask the HOA. Well, this was really a very important thing that happened here. This was on the consent agenda, and I don't believe it should be on the consent agenda. I don't think any of those kind of things should be, because if I hadn't been there to do it, that would have gone through, but you would have had a whole big issue, because if it wasn't in the HOA, that property, when they signed it off and said you have to be in the HOA, they could have put up 4 to 5 units there on that land. So it wouldn't be just one extra person who has to be in our Birchwood Manor development and put us over another edge that we need to have a second access. I think we need a second access, and I think we should get it. And I think there are areas that might be usable, and I would like to see someone come out and try to figure it out, because it's dangerous. Those trees are huge, and if they come down in any one of these big things, who knows? Who knows? So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Betsy. Anyone else in the room? Come on forward.
Hi, Cheryl Van Epps, 8 Rustic Drive, Essex. I'm coming to you because I've recently placed a incident report, I guess, of violations that I was seeing happening in my neighborhood. This is the second time that I've done so, and I want to tell you both my experience from both of these reportings. The first, the parcel in question, according to the A&R Atlas map, was something like 80% red, the greater than 20% slope area. It's being developed right now. At the time, a permit was not issued, as far as I was aware of. But they excavated and clear cut some of the trees. It's a steep slope, okay? So I was worried about the soil eroding away from it. I contacted the zoning administrator and I had a talk with her, and she said that once you purchase your property, you can do what you want with it, basically. And she repeated that at the DRB meeting just this past Thursday. So I am bringing to you the question. I could just summarize why I'm here. What good are our zoning regulations and rules if we have zoning permit, no land development subject to these regulations, including initial site work? Why is that? Why do we have that regulation if this is not part of the deal? When you, the other situation, greater than 10 cubic yards of landfill were dumped at a second parcel, and it's going to be developed. Its permit application is up this Thursday, and I emailed. Sorry, I don't have the. I want to give you facts. Not, my memory is poor. I emailed some people and town officials, and I got a kind of a slow. Oh, Catherine Sonic was one. She gave me the response saying, should we include this in our next packet or in the following? So there was 2 weeks difference. I thought it was an urgent matter because it was perched right above a ravine, which has a trickling brook, which has a tributary to Alderbrook. So I thought it required an urgent response. I then looked up the property, and there was a stormwater violation report performed, and I contacted the person who wrote the report and gave them the same information. They then contacted Public Works, and I guess I don't know who exactly, but somebody put a cease and desist order on that activity. So my question is to you, why can we do land development activity, which includes mining, excavation, and landfill? According to the Department of Housing and Community Development planning manual. And I'm wondering, why do we have these regulations if they're not going to be followed? And why is it up to me, a member of the public, to report this? Why isn't this part and parcel of the permit application process? So that's my comment. I hope you guys look into it, and I hope we can improve this. I mean, I'm here for quality improvement. I'm not here to point fingers or anything. I want to see this so that we're doing it the right way. We're building smart. In our neighborhood, I'm motioning to Shannon because his parents live down the street from me. We have issues because development was done in a not the best practice, put it that way. We have sinkholes, we have roads that are crumbling that need constant repaving, things like this. This is going to cost the taxpayer in the end if we're not doing this right. So think of it that way. Thank you.
Thanks. And
Thanks,
as a note, I do know that the Planning Commission is looking at the topic of steep slopes, so well timed. I don't know specifics about this, but I'm sure that staff will follow up, and it does sound like there is a site plan application, so things are headed in the right direction, but
Thank you.
thanks. Was there anybody else in the room? If not, I'll hop over online. I see Lorraine, you go ahead.
You, Chair. A couple of points and questions. I noticed online on our website, the organizational chart has the select board as the direct report for the committees, commissions, and boards. Is that accurate?
They are our advisory boards. I'm paraphrasing, of course, so I think that, yeah, that would be appropriate unless it is it's maybe splitting hairs, but unless it is a commission or a board that has statutory authority granted to them by the legislature.
So one of the frustrations over the years has been feeling like you're at the wrong meeting or being told you're at the wrong meeting when you bring something up. So per the organizational chart, as residents, to me, the place for us to go when we have issues and want to change and update and make things better is to the select board, direct to the select board. One of the struggles that we recently had through the Amazon application process, there were a few things. One, for the DRB, there have been 20 plus 50-foot buffer waivers in the RPDI zoning district. And when I look at that account, essentially what has happened is, or it was the Planning Commission did the bulk. The DRB has done a couple. And when we see that, that basically subverts the regulation and it creates their own regulation. It's based on, I guess, streetscape precedent, wanting stormwater in there. And we can get no relief from this because it's consistent. So essentially what's happened is they've created their own regulation. I don't know how to go about effectively changing that and getting our boards and our commissions to actually follow the regulations in a way that supports the regulations. The second point is on the town conformance and our town plan. The town plan conformance. I heard one of the members of our DRB, and I'm paraphrasing this, stated that basically the town plan conformance is not a required part of the deliberation of the DRB. I would like to know how our town lawyer views that in terms of town plan conformance. One of the things that was brought up in terms of that it was supporting, also I don't understand because the staff actually puts into the reports town plan conformance on a number of things. So if it's in the staff report, that certainly implies that town plan conformance is required for these site reviews. In the Amazon one, I was curious to me that the support for the town plan support conformance, one of them was that it was economically diverse. Amazon was economically diverse. So I think it would be helpful if we maybe nailed down what economically diverse means to the staff as opposed to the select board, as opposed to residents. I did not see Amazon as economically diverse in any stretch of the imagination. It didn't offer jobs that were different in pay scale or in upward mobility. It didn't offer a new service. You could get it a little bit faster, but certainly we have 3 other services, large services that support delivery. So I'm curious to know how our staff actually views economic diversity in terms of using that to support their argument for Amazon going in there. I also am concerned about the training of our DRB and still with the crossover, because a number of the residents and the petition was started to move to a DRB so that we would have completely separate process from the Planning Commission and from the DRB. And I don't know why, but in February, certainly Catherine had said in a letter and email to me that we would have one crossover at most likely. When you look at other towns nearby, there's not crossover. And so I'm not sure why we ended up with so much crossover. And certainly to me, what I see is it's not helpful in this situation that we just went through. In one of the letters from the current chair that went to our town manager, I was kind of surprised to see what his view was of his role, or what the DRB's role is in performance. So in a letter in November 5th, 2024, it says, with the DRB, the role is to interact with developers and folks who are seeking to subdivide, construct, or plan new projects that will in turn create housing opportunities and or commercial opportunities, which lead a needed growth in overall population, which also brings a greater tax base, sharing the newfound burden of a separate entity. Thus, hopefully brings children to our excellent schools and expansion of our community as a whole. The discussion had with those applying for development waivers help us to understand the needs of those who are doing the work and essentially paying for the town's expansion. So when I read this, I'm concerned that maybe I don't view that as the role of DRB members. To me, the role of DRB members are simply to look at the regulations and deliberate on the regulations that exist. I don't understand why we have a chair that believes that we're supposed to be expanding all of our housing and our businesses, because that creates the greater tax base that pays for our roads and everything else, our infrastructure. And what it seems to me is that our infrastructure is not lined up with the development. The pace is off. I also noticed that the PC used to have a mission. Part of the mission included capital planning. It looks like that was removed. And in terms of aligning our taxes, which continually go up, they don't go down. I think that we need to reiterate to the DRB that is not their role. The other thing I would ask is that you please put the relevant application information that's on the town website, because it's separate from when we look for the DRB meetings or the planning commission meetings, the DRB applications, a lot of the applicant information is there on the applicant page. Can we please put that relevant applicant link onto the DRB agenda page before the packet goes up, so that people understand that it's there and it's relevant? Also, sometimes the names that are used are not relevant to the way it's spoken about. Like Chemo Drive is not an actual name of a road, so some people wouldn't know what Chemo Drive is, things like that. Or we saw that was the Moose Project or the Skinnell Project, or it had a number, I didn't see Amazon Project, but a number of different names. So if we could add relevant words for people to be able to search and quickly get to stuff, that would be really, really helpful. And then also, if there was possibility, please, to put the more complicated applications at least a week ahead of time, not the smaller ones, but big ones, because to read stuff like that in the weekend, even for members, is extremely difficult. It's very comprehensive stuff, and I don't think it helps us to make better decisions. And I would also like to have stronger policies on what and who determines what goes onto the consent agenda. I think it was a big missive that we had 107,000 square foot pre-approved. It was already permitted, but they let the permit lapse. But the DRB was new. It had been approved under the PC. DRB members are new, and it went onto the consent agenda. And I believe Catherine said that was a decision made by staff. I would prefer that there's a more transparent process about what goes onto the consent agenda and who determines what's important, because in consent agenda, it typically are things that are not really meaningful, like putting a bench in a park or something. So I would like to see that kind of scrubbed and reviewed. And I appreciate your time. I'm sorry I went on so long, but that was quite something that we just went through. I'm pretty upset that I spent so much money basically fighting the town, because we have processes in place, and it almost feels like, to me, like I am paying staff to work for a developer. And that's a sentiment out here. And I just hope the select board pays attention to that. I see the steep slope things happening, what was happening in certainly Pinewood with the 20%. I looked through that application, many transgressions by that particular developer, many. It is time for us to move as a town to regionalize our inspection system. The fire marshal system is not adequate for what we're going through and the growth that we've gone on. And also in terms of like the fire department, trying to retain costs instead of always increasing costs. Can we please be a little bit more innovative in how we work to decrease costs of safety? There are many innovations in terms of, like, for example, in the ICC code and international code, it requires they recommend that any one outlet road that has more than 30 homes on it has to have sprinkler systems in the rest of the homes beyond those 30 homes. We have a 50 house regulation. And it's dangerous because you only have 3 minutes to get out of the house. So I would like to see us be a little bit more innovative in how we're doing some of the things and trying to reduce costs, not just raise taxes. Thanks for your time.
Patty, you're next, and then we're gonna move on to the rest of our agenda.
Okay, well, wow, Lorraine, you were great. I don't have to say much. I'm just going to read a little paragraph because I like to research and try to figure out what's behind all this. So I kind of looked into the Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns. I looked into ordinances, policies, just the legal mumbo jumbo. A VLCT statement from their online site on ordinances on how the enactment and enforcement processes work gave me a little bit of understanding of how courts may treat local ordinances and bylaws, especially when they are not followed. The penalty for not enacting ordinances correctly is reversal by the courts and criticism at home by those of us who have relied on the board's expertise and depend on your expertise. And we voted for you. We want you to, lead us. This is where I believe we are now. This article that I was reading within the VLCT was under legislative powers of municipalities. And it stated that subjects of local legislation are varied, trying to look into our statutes. Okay, so see Chapter 7, Charters and Mergers. Anyway, but here the discussion is limited to general powers. So I'm not talking about, the central source of this general power is 24 VSA 2291, which includes a list of 18 different subjects. The example I was looking at, which pertains to me and my neighborhood, examples include to set off portions of public town highways, like Sandhill, of the municipality for sidewalks, bicycle paths, and to regulate their use. That is their job. And to compel the cleaning or repair of any premises as such, like our 40-year-old bike path, which in the judgment of the legislative body is dangerous to the health and safety of the public. Beyond this list, I read, the authority to adopt ordinances is found in various locations throughout the VSA, Vermont statutes. Okay, so our fire department, who, I find very helpful when I was trying to get a public hearing back in 2023, begged for our 16-member Sandhill group to be granted a public hearing, and we were denied. We were told to just come to public to be heard. Our fire department said in March 7th, 2025, concern in a 637 Chemo Drive staff report, emphasized the importance of protecting public health, safety, and welfare, as stated in the email dated 3/7/25. This information was found within the DRB meeting scheduled June 26, 2025. So that's where I found it. This project should be required to complete the road, the fire department says. No exceptions, no delays. This will generate substantial traffic all to one choke point and will result in substantial risk for crashes in winter due to topography, but then also create increased traffic going up Sandhill Road, which will then increase the risk of crashes. And we've already had 2 bikers almost lose their life. all of which will impose additional demands of the fire department. So, you know, I'm dittoing Lorraine and everyone that just spoke that we're watching. We are watching, all of you. And I think that is important that you know that because, it's a learning curve for me. Every day I learn something new. And I'm going to, in closing, just state that I feel that project sites have been piecemeal designs occurring over multiple decades and under 30 different Act 250 reviews, especially in the RPDI. As such, impacts such as traffic impacts have not been holistically reviewed or considered. All that was ever mentioned was in the 2014 transportation plan. All trucks would take the state highways to access Allen Martin, to get to Thompson Drive, to get until that new road was built. This is contradictory to the Vermont planning principles. A master plan should be required for the development, or at least a master plan for traffic and traffic solutions, like building the access road, immediately before any additional built out is even looked at. Shouldn't even be looking at these permits. It's just out of control. Thank you very much.
Okay, public to be heard. We'll move along to consent items. Ethan?
Make the motion, we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ethan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Andy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Consent passes 5-0, bringing us to our first business item. Our first business item is approval of the fiscal year 2026 tax rate. I will note that, and this is probably what Dan's going to tell you as well, this is the tax rate that's identified to be required in order to fund the voter-approved budget from March of 25. Dan, welcome.
Correct. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Yes, so back in March, our voters approved us to raise a little over $12 million in property taxes, covering the general fund and the Human Services Contribution Fund. This process here that we ask tonight is just the approval of the final tax rate. Back in March, we were estimating a grand list total of $16,242,005, which projected to a 4.74% tax increase. The grand list has come in a little under that after a pair of tax stabilization agreements and after all the assessing and appeals process that was completed last month. So in summary, the tax rate increase is going to end up being 4.76%, a little bit more than was projected in the annual report. Alongside this is a small increase in the local agreement rate, which covers our farm and open land contracts and our veterans exemptions. That rate is increasing from 0.002 to 0.0022 this year. And as you know, we also approved a capital tax increase in March, raising that from 3 cents to 5 cents this year. So on page 33 of the packet is a chart that shows those increases year over year and the net effect on the median household. So with that, we're just looking to finalize the calculation in order to create our tax bills later this week.
So just a quick question. The grand list projection was really within $2,000.
It was close. We always do project a 0.75% increase, and this year it was just a little bit less than that.
Yeah.
So that's why our rate is a touch higher.
Nice. Thanks. Board questions, clarifications? Is there any public input on the tax rate? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Ethan.
Make the motion that the select board set the tax rate for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026 as follows. General fund tax rate 0.739, local agreement rate 0.0022, and the capital tax 0.05, total municipal rate paid by taxpayers 0.79 You need the extra 19. It is 4 decimals.
Yep.
How does that play out on the?
We're able to put all 4 digits on the bill, so yeah,
Oh.
you'll see it expand out that far. Yes.
Cool.
So it was 0.7919.
Yeah, and then on the first one, I'll just amend the general tax rate to be 0.7397.
Perfect. Is there a second?
Second that.
Thank you, Andy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Next on our agenda is consider opting into Act 181 Tier 1B status. I believe this is a, when did we start talking about this? In May? It's been a,
Last fall, I think.
last fall.
Got a whole team here today.
So just for some background, I believe this was at our last meeting or our meeting before the last one. We had asked the Planning Commission some clarifying questions, specifically around mixed districts. And I believe that folks are here to give us an update.
Yes. Do you want to start off, Georgia, or do you want? Well, I can introduce myself. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I'm Georgia. I'm the vice chair of the Planning Commission, and I volunteered to be here just to answer any questions you folks might have about this. And yeah.
Okay. Thank you for having us back this evening. So as Tracy summarized, we were here at your June 16th meeting. You had some questions about why the Planning Commission chose certain mixed-use districts and not others. While the Planning Commission had spoken about that, it wasn't in the memo. We clarified it in discussion. So the memo that is part of your packet goes into, I think, a bit more detail about it than you had before. And essentially, the Planning Commission looked to the town plan for, and really the ETC next plan, but they looked to those plans that talk about where the further growth areas are, or where we want to see further growth in the areas, and really they're areas that are better connected and more cohesive, and that is town plan language. So goals 1A and 1C of the town plan really specifically call out these two areas. So it's Essex West and the Essex Town Center. And so in the areas that were chosen, if you remember on the map, were the ETC next areas, and then the Essex West areas. There were 2 mixed-use districts that were not chosen, and for the most part, it's because they're not connected to the other 2 and not in those growth areas. One of them, actually, the one that's on Colchester Road, is not connected to the sewer, and so I'm not really likely to see development. There are wetlands as well in the back of the parcel, or I think it might actually be a river overlay and wetlands. So that is sort of in summary. I don't know, Georgia, if you want to chime in any.
Yeah, I think the pedestrian infrastructure was really important. I think we heard that again and again with the town plan, that people wanted to see the town grow in a way where there was connection, where people could walk. And some of the areas we didn't choose, that was the reason that we didn't choose them. So we tried to kind of find a middle path. We felt like this was a tool for us to sort of direct growth and development where we feel it's appropriate. And we really thought hard about where we felt in town that was appropriate. And that's the map we presented. So.
Clarifying questions or comments from the board? Ethan?
How'd you know?
The look on your face.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused as to the mixed use on 2A because, we're doing a little bit of general reading of purpose of mixed use property. There's many things that could be built there that are not residential. And the counter argument to that is with the push for density that the Planning Commission and the town plan strictly calls for, things like storage units are going to be more common and actually more needed, because all of these large apartment buildings, families start in those homes, and their families grow. They have things that they need to store. You've now taken zoned property that's allowed to be built anywhere else in the town, as the town's chosen, specifically land that the town owns itself, to remove the requirement of 10-acre parcels of Act 250. So there could be a per se bias to the ruling on this, or the decision on this, that because it's not where we want it and it's not what we want, that we're not going to allow anybody to join in on this 10-acre free-for-all, is what it really is. It's an exemption of Act 250 under 10 acres. That land is zoned by the town plan and the then planning commission, now DRB, as mixed use for many reasons. It could be storage units, it could be a 4-unit duplex with a conventional system. There's many things that it could possibly be. I don't feel that it's right for the town to preliminary make a decision before allowing the subject to go through all the current zoning regulations that all of these other projects are going to have to go through also, by our predetermination of there's no sewer, there's no sidewalks, you can't use that land without talking to the state and using Act 250. But on the flip coin of it, we're going to have a piece of land that the town owns and do a little subdividing. All of a sudden we got 10-acre lots and we can do whatever we want for Act 250, as long as it conforms with the zoning regulations that we're going to write. So that's my feeling on it. I've done a lot of research on it. I don't see anything besides sidewalk and sewer as a holdup in this, and thinking outside the box here with water sewer in the town as it grows, there is potential for expansion in said area. I know it's not on the map right now, but there's a lot of things that continue to happen in this town that we may be limiting certain property owners by putting this restriction on that mixed use land. And I believe it's only one now that's not included, according to the new map, right?
That's 2.
Where am I missing the second?
River Road and that little part on 2A you were talking about.
River Road's still... That's not included in the new map, then?
Not according to the...
Yeah.
Am I correct?
No, it's the same areas that were initially proposed.
It was the initial. I do think it's important to remember we're not changing any zoning. We're not changing anything to do with town, the way the town does the review. And we don't really have the opportunity to remove any Act 250 restrictions for commercial. So this is really strictly just residential and just the Act 250. So it's a pretty limited sort of scope. And so really all we're doing is we're just kind of saying, I know you understand this, but we're just kind of saying we want to direct development to these places and maybe not to sort of the outer part of town a little bit more. But it's pretty limited what we're changing, would you say? Yes. I mean, there won't be any, we're not changing any zoning. I mean, we're just sort of choosing what we're putting on this map, this planning map.
I will add,
And could you just state your name for the record? Thank you.
I heard a concern that you were favoring residential in these areas for mixed use. And although Tier 1B is just for housing, Tier 1A, which is a subsequent exemption that towns can request from the state once our plan has been approved by the Land Use Review Board at the state level, you can seek Tier 1A, which is Act 250 exempt for a full Act 250 exempt in certain areas. So even though this option is only for housing, there's like there are other opportunities in the future to seek full Act 250 if you want kind of the broader exemption for all uses in these areas, if that was a concern in the long term. And this is an option, like you can expand your Tier 1B areas in the future to areas that are eligible if your zoning changes, if your like if your vision changes in your town plan updates, like this is not a forever decision. You can always expand it if opportunities seem like they would make sense with how you want to grow and change.
Can I ask a clarifying question for that? I was under my understanding that the CCRPC has to approve it through the state, and that would only be every 7 years. Is that not correct?
We do include it in our plan, and then the LURB approves it, and that every 8 years it's
8
done.
years.
But there will be a way to do it in between that, because that's just a pretty big gap. So they're still deciding that at the state, because this is a new option, and so they're still kind of rule making of what that's going to look like. But we think it will be an option, and we'll have an amendment in at least a couple years. 2 maybe, I don't know.
And the LURB is the Land Use Review
Yes,
Board, right?
sorry.
Okay.
So I just want to point that out, that was one of my concerns originally, was that, you know, with this being brought to us the previous meeting, which I know it's been 3 weeks since then, but you know, there hasn't been a lot of public reaction on this, and the concern that I had originally was not complete opposition. It was more of the timeline, and the timeline was expressed to me that it was July 1st, I believe, or end of July, possibly. I might be missing.
I think you're right.
It's been a
Yeah,
while.
it was, if I can chime in on that, I am a member of the Long Range Planning Committee for CCRPC. I did go to the meeting after we didn't act to ask if we could have some sort of extension to have a deeper discussion, get feedback from our own planning commission, and get those questions answered. So that's why we're coming back now. But you know, there is still a a clock ticking. I don't want anyone to think that this is open-ended, but the CCRPC did thankfully allow for more time for us to have a discussion as a town.
And the Planning Commission has been talking about this since January of this year, so it's not a quick turnaround on that end.
So, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Andy?
Tracy.
I just wanted to add to that we aren't the only municipality that asked for more time.
Right.
There were, I think, 3 or 4 others that also asked, and so.
I believe the only other municipality in Chittenden County that has not acted is Burlington. I think we're the second.
Burlington and Colchester.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I heard in the last GCRPC meeting that there were a handful. But
Yes.
maybe they've acted since.
Yeah.
So part of in my theory of you know, this kind of being a rush thing, I appreciate that it has been happening since January, but I spoke with one of I think there's 3 landowners in that chunk of land. They don't know about it. There's been no notification to landowners about the potential changes in zoning for properties that may be included or not included. So what's that? It's not a
Yeah, it wouldn't change local zoning.
I understand
Every
that.
single application would still need to abide by any local zoning that's in place. It would only happen at the state level where the Act 250 review wouldn't need to happen. So local zoning would still very much
Right.
be in place and need to be adhered to.
Correct. And what is Act 250? Is that not zoning overlook from the state's perspective of land development?
It's like development review.
So it's pretty much the same thing, just at the state level. That was my understanding.
Hi, Darren Schibler with CCRPC. At a basic level, Ethan, yes, Act 250 is a development review process at the state level. What's important to remember about Act 250 and what Tier 1B is all about is that it is looking at the statewide and regional impacts of development, whereas your municipal zoning regulations are looking at the local impacts of development on your community specifically. So what I think Georgia was trying to convey is that the Planning Commission has chosen specific areas within the eligible areas of Tier 1B because those align more directly with the town plan in terms of the larger scale types of development that the town wants to see directed to specific areas. So when it comes to having areas that are exempt from Act 250, those are the areas where the town has said, this is where we want to grow. This is where we want to see a scale of development that is more likely to trigger this review in Act 250, and that Act 250 doesn't need to be applied because we've already said at a local level, this is where we want to grow. These areas that the Planning Commission didn't propose along Pinecrest Drive and River Road that are still mixed-use zoning at the town level are not necessarily areas that the town is looking to see significant growth, but the zoning still allows for mixed-use development because that is an appropriate form of development for those areas. But you'll notice that they are a lot smaller than the Essex Town Center areas and the entire Susie Wilson Road corridor on the west side of Pinecrest Drive. So I think to expect multiple applications that would be 10 to 50 housing units, whether they're mixed use or not, it just seems like there's limited opportunity for that to happen in the first place. And if those were to happen, if those development applications were to come forward, the Planning Commission is saying we might actually still want to retain state level review because the impacts of those developments in those locations might be significant enough that we don't want it to be only a local decision in terms of how that gets reviewed. And we've heard from the public throughout this process that we've been working with the town that there are some concerns about certain parts of Essex having development review that, maybe is, not fully addressed at the local level. So I think what I would suggest based on some of the discussion and some of the timelines that are available to you is that the Planning Commission has agreement that the areas they've proposed are, cleared for Tier 1B from their perspective. If there's concerns by the Select Board about whether additional areas should be added to that, it sounds like more discussion might be needed to figure that out at a local level before you request that from the state. So you could go forward saying, we want the areas that are recommended by the Planning Commission, but next time there's an opportunity to expand or add Tier 1B areas, we're going to look at those other two spots, and in the meantime, between now and then, we'll discuss whether those make sense. I do hear you that there is a concern about equity in terms of different parts of town being eligible for this versus not, but I want to emphasize that it's opening the door to certain areas and that the door can be opened in the future further if that's determined to be appropriate. Does that make sense and seem like something that could work?
Yeah, it makes sense. I just don't think that. I just think that it's a little bit funny that the 80 and 90 Upper Main Street's over 30% wetlands, and there's I think it's almost 20% of it's prime agricultural soil, and we want to pull Act 250 review off from that property with simple subdivision, and it's as long as it meets the town regulations that we write, we can do whatever we want on that property. It's just from the outside of the window looking in, it doesn't seem like a very equitable thing, and it looks like we're trying to pull one over. So I'm gonna be in opposition of it. I just think that if we were going to label zoning in the town as a whole, I think that a zoning designation is a zoning designation, and the rule should suit. But I appreciate your time and your explanation, and thank you.
Yeah.
Board questions, clarifications?
Just to dive a little deeper into when someone is exempt from Act 250, is that mostly saving them time, or are there fees associated with that, or what are the benefits they get that other areas might not get now?
Yeah, there's a few different reasons that Act 250 exemption is beneficial for a developer and for the community. One, you've aligned your local regulations with Act 250, and so you're removing that duplicative review. You're not saying, okay, you've gone through all the local regulations, and now we're going to basically do the same thing at the state level with more opportunities for appeal on issues that are essentially the same for an area that you've said we're in alignment with what the state is looking for in this area, and the state's in alignment with what we're looking for. So there is the saved time for a developer and for a development application. It allows that housing to be put online more quickly, which is an essential community need at this point. And it also allows that housing to be a little less expensive when it is put into effect. Recognizing that there is a need for due process for all development, but the idea is that the town has put a lot of effort into due process by putting its town plan out, and over the course of its work doing ETC Next and other planning efforts, the town has come to a pretty strong agreement on certain areas. So there are also Act 250 application fees. So there's a direct monetary element as well as that time is money element.
Great. I appreciate you coming from the Planning Commission to join us tonight, and a lot of the questions that I had were answered in the memo, so thank you.
Any questions?
So I do find Ethan's argument compelling on a couple levels. The first thing I would ask is if 89 Main, somebody was to propose a storage building or an Act 250, they would still be subject to Act 250 review. It's only housing that's being exempted.
Correct. So only the housing or housing portions of a mixed-use development are exempt. Any commercial part still falls under the normal Act 250 rules and thresholds for jurisdiction.
Okay. In the history of Act 250, has there ever been an exemption like this allowed?
Yes. There have been, first of all, interim exemptions that are in effect today under Act 181. The similar exemption applies to areas within a quarter mile of village centers, and then half a mile of downtowns. I'm looking at you to correct me if I'm wrong.
Transit.
Along transit corridors. So most of the areas that the Planning Commission has proposed for exemption are consistent with the existing interim exemptions. There have also been exemptions for certain types of development projects called priority housing projects that allow for a mixed use and mixed income component of housing development that have an exemption in Act 250 today and that will continue.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ethan?
Just clarifying, the interim exemptions currently are applied for.
The interim exemptions are in effect today and have been since the passage of Act 181 about a year ago. They will continue until January 1st, 2027, or until our regional plan is adopted with whatever Tier 1B areas are included in that.
Okay, but how do you get the interim exemption? You have to apply for it for the specific project?
It's an exemption, so there's no need to apply to Act 250, but they do recommend you seek a jurisdictional opinion to say, hey, this area is exempt, right? We don't need to file an application with Act 250. So if someone was looking to develop right now in any of those eligible areas, they would go through the local review process and they'd check with Act 250 to say, we're exempt, right? And then they'd be able to construct.
All along Route 15, 2A.
Along the current interim exemptions, yep.
So currently you can build on the mixed-use property that you're proposing not be included
I need to
during the
double check
interim
exactly
exemption.
where those interim exemptions are before I...
You could and when you couldn't. I think we talked about that.
Yeah, so the River Road parcel is in the transit route exemption.
The one you're talking about, I don't think.
2A is
Just
not a
road.
transit route.
'Cause it's
Route
not
2A,
route.
it's a state route.
No bus.
No bus.
No
It's the bus.
Yeah.
Bus route.
Okay, well, what about when we lose the bus in a year?
We're not.
I don't think
If we
they'll
lose the bus.
auto-adjust based on changes to transit routes. I think they're set based on what the transit routes were, if that's,
I think that's correct. I don't know that they anticipated significant changes to GMT's routes when they put that law in place, but I suspect they would let those continue until
That makes
the
sense.
January 1st, 2027 expiration or the regional plan adoption.
I think our last meeting, Catherine, I think you had a map where it went 15 up to down Sand Hill all the way up River Road. So it would actually be a decrease by moving to Tier 1B. With this proposed map, it would be a decrease in the number that would be exempt.
Number of parcels.
Right. Thank you.
Number of areas.
Right, because we're eliminating one that's currently on the bus route. That would be the one property that would currently be included, but the 2A property wouldn't be included because of the bus route.
Well, right now, any property along Sand Hill Road would be eligible for this exemption from Act 250. So any parcel between Sand Hill on River Road up to the city line would also be exempt. So that's a larger area as well.
Ethan, I have it on my laptop. I'm trying to screen share, but I'm happy to pass it around if anyone wants to look at it.
Darren, I can give you permission.
Okay, great.
Madam
But
Chair?
yeah, you're correct, Ethan, that the River Road mixed-use area is currently exempt. The Pinecrest Drive, 2A area is not.
Building off of that, you said January 1st, 2027 is when the Tier 1B new class will be established, correct?
Either, so the interim exemptions apply until January 1st, 2027, or adoption of the regional plan, whichever one comes first. So if we don't adopt a regional plan, which is not going to happen, those interim exemptions would expire January 1st, 2027. When we adopt our regional plan, the interim exemptions go away in favor of whatever Tier 1B areas we have in our regional plan that are approved by the
But
land
for
use
towns,
review
I know you mentioned that Underhill, I think, said we don't want any Tier 1B, or some communities did.
Yep.
Would those just not have any of these exemptions at all?
Correct.
Okay.
And they had a multitude of reasons for why they chose not to.
This is not Underhill. I was
But
just
yeah.
curious what that would, if we said we don't want any of these, it sounds like we won't have any exemptions come January 1st, 2027.
It's whenever our regional plan is adopted, which we hope will be June 2026.
Okay.
And part of the benefit to that is you pay a fee, you get a permit, they do site inspections, they continue to visit the property. Any complaint goes to the state agency shows up, checks the property, things like silt fence for erosion from clear cutting with no silt fence. I think we heard something similar about that recently. Wastewater, yeah. Stormwater runoff, permeable surfaces, wetlands, wetland delineation, all of that is with sharp eye kept under by the Act 250 permit. And any anonymous report immediately spikes a flag for an inspection for Act 250 to come look at the project. Part of the reason to get rid of it is that way the cost goes down and the houses go up faster. But I understand that the local zoning will still cover that, but we've heard from residents tonight that they've had to go above and beyond to get things corrected that are currently happening today. So it's just a broad statement from me to say, yes, in a perfect world, this wouldn't be that bad, but it's not a perfect world.
And Ethan, if I can respond to that real quick, I do want to clarify that all of the things you mentioned, like silt fencing or wetlands or even state building codes, will still be enforced even within a Tier 1B exempt area, because those are state permits that are required regardless of Act 250. Act 250 is a very specific type of state level review. It's very similar to a development review board approval, but only in terms of those 10 Act 250 criteria and the permits and conditions associated with that. But anyone who applies for development still has to get a wetlands permit, a construction permit, a stormwater permit, if those requirements are triggered. So those are all still in place regardless of those Act 250 Tier 1B areas.
Right, but the difference with that is that with Act 250, you have an open permit that you paid for and you can be fined on it daily. Without that permit, it now is an A&R problem, so they have to call A&R, water quality. A&R has to come out. They have to start a case, create a report. As long as there's no wetlands being filled in, there's certain soils that you can't move from one property to another, which is protected by Act 250. All of those things alleviate, not that they're gone, but they've become a longer roadmap for protection. With Act 250, if there's a complaint, the project stops tomorrow, completely, right? So as long as they're not touching a wetland, they touch a wetland, A&R comes out, yep, we're done touching the wetland. The project continues. Whatever happens around the property under the surveillance of the state is what. But there's limited protections by removing the Act 250 in these high density areas. And I'm not trying to make this a big argument. I'm just not going to go down with the soothe of this isn't going to remove any protections, because in my opinion it most certainly is.
There's certainly a difference. So yeah, it's just, we're here to provide you with all the information so you can make an informed decision.
Are we ready to move to public comment? Anybody in the room or online, you can raise your virtual hand. I see Sharon Zukowski.
Hi there. Hi. I took a few notes. I hope you don't mind if I read them, and I'll try to keep it to a minute. First, Ethan, Ethan was saying that, and I don't want anybody to think this, that anyone can give an anonymous report and hold up a development project with Act 250. You really can't do that. You have to first prove to Act 250 that you are an interested person impacted by the thing. You can't just like, it's not that easy. So you could just get thrown out with that. And I'll read what my notes. Act 250 is not a barrier, it's a benefit. It provides an essential independent review of a project's true impact on traffic, services, and our environment. And why would you want to eliminate that for a questionable benefit? And as Lorraine Zaloom mentioned, unfortunately, lots of regulations get waived by the Development Review Board, and sometimes maybe we make a mistake, and Act 250 may correct that or, protect us against that. And then someone mentioned that Act 250 just looks at local impact. They sort of look at the whole impact. I mean, it is state, but they look at our town plan, whether things are conformed at. So it also is a second review for protecting our local citizens. It doesn't just address where we want to grow. And there's also an argument that we should build for 1B and 1A areas because they have an existing infrastructure. Existing infrastructure doesn't mean infinite capacity or that our infrastructure is working properly, which we're finding. Every new residential development adds strain and accelerates the need for costly upgrades to our water, sewer, road systems, and adds demand to our police and fire and emergency departments. Also, residential small home. Yeah.
We
We're
lost for about 20 seconds.
okay. So, you heard the part about weighing on the cost, police, fire, and emergency departments?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. And I'm almost done. Residential development doesn't pay for itself. I did some research. So a single family home is, for a town like ours, is a net tax revenue deficit of about 15,000 every single year. And that's passed on to us in our property taxes. And then the other thing is accelerating housing, which is what 1B and 1A does not make rents or homes cheaper. In 2023, 720 new homes were built in Chittenden County, and yet both rents and home prices still climb by 5%. And there's no deadline to make this choice. The CCRPC's own memo states that we can decline it for now and reconsider later. And it looks like probably within 2 years. So I urge you to take a path where you consider this further and not take away the public's only chance for a second review of development projects. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Lorraine.
Thank you, Chair. I forgot to mention where I lived before, 74 Center Road, Lorraine Zaloom. The previous speaker, Sharon Sikowski, thank you. Those are points that I would like to bring up. Thank you, Ethan, Kendall, and Shannon, for your questions. I think they're wonderful questions. My concern, especially after what we just went through, I live in one of the areas. I live, living right on Center Road. One of the things I see that's deficited for way too long in Essex is that we have not aligned our transportation systems with growth. And when you continually hear traffic, it's because people are suffering. When I hear that Sand Hill Road would be part of it, we have 2 schools on Sand Hill Road and a school close by too. We're already jammed with traffic. We have way too many one outlet roads that are not connected. Don't know why, but we continue that practice. So my fear is, having just gone through Amazon, is that the interpretation by staff or whomever is very different than certain residents. And I would like the ability to be able to go to the state and say, this is not working for us. Certainly, I'm impacted directly by a silt fence issue right now. and I don't have really any recourse. So I would like us to please wait on this. We don't need to be the guinea pigs. If there's exemptions now, we can kind of see how it works out now, and we can come back later in two years. We can watch the other towns. I think it would be prudent to wait, because when I look at what the state did, and certainly the senator who was spearheading this, she's married to a very, very large developer, one of the largest in our area. And I'm concerned that this is kind of a push for the developer and taking away oversight abilities for people like me who don't have a lot of money. When I look at the 10 criteria that we just went through for the A&R, for the 250 review for Amazon, or actually not for Amazon, for the subdivision, one of the things that was interesting was certainly interpretation of the town plan and the regulatory requirements. So I think, unfortunately, there's an inconsistency between a lot of us folks out here and how our staff is currently interpreting things, that I'm concerned that if we lose that ability to go to a state oversight review process, it will leave a lot of us kind of in the lurch. I also, the tax item on the business, I didn't see that there was any public comment asked for on that. I don't know if it seemed relevant to me, because if that tax rate is just under 5%, and I don't know what our growth rate is of our grand list, but if our tax rate is hovering around 5% increase every year, it's higher than what the cost of living is. And it seems to me that we need to get a handle economically on how we're growing this town in terms of our services, our transportation corridors, our roads. Just with I was here for the main force thing. There's issues with the pavement still on the main force that was just completed. I mean, I want to slow the roll, because I feel like cumulatively we're not understanding holistically the tax impacts. And a lot of people are struggling with taxes already here. I have big concerns that we're going to push through something that will harm people. And why change it? If there's already an exemption, let's see how it goes. Come back in 2 years and make a decision again. Thanks.
Thanks, Lorraine. And just to double check myself, I did ask for public comment for the tax rate, right? Okay, I just wanted to make
Okay,
that was.
sorry, Tracy. I
No,
didn't
it was
hear it.
my recollection. I just wanted to double check that I was remembering correctly.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks. So not see. Oh, come on forward.
Hi, I'm Bruce Post, 1 Cindy Lane, Essex. The reason I didn't comment on the tax rate, I was speechless. No, I'm speechless no longer. In the 1990s, I was director of the governor's office of planning, research, and coordination. So I had to have a broad look over what was happening in Vermont state government, and then have some detailed things about what was going on within each agency and its effect on the people of the state of Vermont. I'm also an environmental historian, so I look at the history of things like Act 250. So I just want to make a brief comment and urge your discretion, or at least your skepticism going forward too soon on this. When I was a youngster, I guess, in the 1960 presidential campaign, John Kennedy declared that there was a missile gap between the United States and the Soviet Union. And people panicked that we weren't armed well enough with ICBMs to respond to the Soviets. Well, John Kennedy knew it wasn't true, and it was proved later it wasn't. Back in January 2023, a blog post on the VHFA website came up with this term: we needed 30 to 40,000 new housing units within 5 years by 2030. A blog post. You thought it would be a detailed report. It was a page and a half. And that has driven all sorts of, I believe, hasty actions over the past 2 years To develop the holy grail, we need more housing. We need more affordable housing. And color me from Missouri, show me. I think we have to stop this headless rush to try to pursue this goal, which may not be achieved. One of the things lacking in all this is what we used to call cumulative effect of development. No one talks about it anymore, but you put in one here, you put in one there, you put in one there. After a while, it adds up, and it has pressure on local resources, local infrastructure. I live in an old neighborhood, the Tanglewood, Birchwood area. Our infrastructure is aging. We have problems all the time. John Leo was just in there a few weeks ago. They were filling in a little sinkhole. People tell me, Sharon tells me, she used to be my neighbor, she said she's got water pressure where she lives across from Essex Beverage. I guess my water pressure is not very good. So if we're going to have a rush for new building and more traffic and more demands on infrastructure, then what are we going to do about existing neighborhoods that also will have demands on modernizing their infrastructure? So that's another thing I'd like to say. And here's a quote from the September 12, 2024 issue of the Harvard Business Review. The housing crisis in the United States is chronic and has become more acute in recent years. Millions struggle to keep a roof over their heads, and even many more affluent households cannot buy a home. One solution, liberalizing zoning rules or liberalizing state statutes by exempting Act 250, has gained popularity and has been touted as the key fix to the American housing market. But empowered private actors, free to build, are still in the business of making money, not providing shelter for all. Even under thoroughgoing zoning reform, they will still lack the incentives to build and rent out sufficient affordable housing. So I hear all these slogans that we're building affordable housing, but I see on some of the projects that are proposed, like down in Shelburne, 350 homes. I think 14% would be, quote, affordable. So I applaud members of the board that are kicking the tires on this proposal, and I think we can wait before adopting and opting in to Tier 1B. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other comments? Cheryl, come on up.
Hi, Cheryl Van Epps, 8 Rustic Drive. I just want to add to that last comment. The purpose for this drive to build is to provide houses that are affordable. What I'm seeing around my area is they're building greater than $50,000 houses. They're built on slopes. They're difficult builds, so I'm sure they want to get money back out of the product. They're destroying wetlands, irreplaceable natural resources. So, yeah. So why aren't we putting a condition on these builds to be affordable? Thank you.
I was trying to decide whether to respond to that, but we do have a housing commission that's coming up with ways to ensure, whether it's through, inclusionary zoning, not inclusionary zoning, my goodness. Yes. Sorry, I was thinking interim zoning for some reason in my brain. Inclusionary zoning to make sure that the regulations have that identified, but they're still working toward their recommendations. Betsy, I saw your hand go up.
Betsy Dunn, 2 Cindy Lane. My wonder is when the previous person who came up spoke earlier, and she was talking about people they have 20-degree slopes, and we don't really build on those properties. That's just not worth it. Too much happens. That is detrimental to the roads and to the home. But if they're filling that property so that they can make it less than 20%, what are they filling it with? has anybody asked the question? It's their property, but they put something on it. Some people are pretty irresponsible and they want to take the shortest route to get the best money. And again, this is why I think we need a general inspector. Thank you.
Thanks, Betsy. I'm not seeing any additional hands up online. I'm not seeing any in the room, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. Is there any further clarification needed? Is someone wanting to make a motion? Andy?
I make the motion that the Select Board signs the attached resolution requesting Tier 1B status for the areas recommended by the Planning Commission as shown in the attached maps.
Is there a second? So that we have some closure on this, I will go ahead and second it. Final discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion fails 2-3. Thanks to everyone who put a lot of time into this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you for your consideration. And just want to say, happy to continue discussions about any of the concerns that have been raised and questions that might need to be answered between now and the next time there's an opportunity to request this from the state. So we'll be in touch.
Thanks, Darren.
Thank you.
Thanks, all. Saxon Hill Forest Management Plan.
Evening.
Good evening.
Harlan Smith, Assistant Director of Parks, Trails, and Open Spaces for Recreation. We're here in front of you, as the memo said, to get approval to move forward with a forest management plan that was designed through the Forest Management Revision Plan for the Saxon Hill area, and the Forest Management Plan was developed within that review board through all of the players in that area. It was finalized in 2020, and as the memo stated, through several items of COVID, separation, staffing requirements, we haven't been able to move forward with these forest management plans. And with the onboarding of myself and some redirection of the Recreation Department, we are moving forward with plans that have been written and looking to our other forest properties to start getting more plans written on those and to start to manage those properties. So with that, any questions, concerns, or anything you'd like to ask me?
It was a pretty dense plan.
It's very detailed. I'm very proud of the forest management plans that we have in place. They really do take care of the recreation value of those forest lands. They pay real close attention to what the invasive species are doing inside of them. My personal opinion is they're very good forest management plans, very in-depth, and are taking all aspects that the town is concerned with into consideration in the process of moving forward with them.
Questions or clarifications from the board? Ethan?
I just have a quick question, and I probably missed it in my scrolling through all the big words, trying to find the important parts I was looking for. Is there a interval for harvest interval?
Yeah. So and the intervals, what they put out there is they put out years. On the very last page, there's a section 7 recommended management activities. And you'll see that they're recommending that area 3 be done in 2025, 11, 2025, S1, 2026. And there's generally a 3-year window, either prior to 2025 or after 2025, that those should be managed at those points. And obviously we're beyond 25, we're into 26. There's still a process of putting together an RFP, marking the trees, flagging the areas. We do not, with these forest management plans, these will not be, the logging companies will go in and decide to how to harvest them. We'll have the registered foresters go in, flag the particular areas, and then within flagging the areas, they will mark the trees that will be selected and harvested. So the logging companies will not go in and cut the trees that they want and not take the ones that they probably should to help the forest. It's all going to be overseen by the open spaces director, our new trails coordinator, and the forester, whether that be the state forester or a forester that we've hired through a forest management company.
Awesome. Thank you. I forgot to scroll to the last page. I got into all the plots or whatever,
Right,
you know
and-
what I call
and-
them.
and-
And I'm like reading all the different timbers, and I'm like,
With
where
no
does the
dates
date?
listed there,
I didn't think to go all the way to the back.
Yeah, it's and depending on who
That's
writes
awesome.
the forest management plan, that could be a little different. Sometimes it's written right into those paragraphs, and then like this forest management company or forestry company does a recap on the last page, and it was like this area within this timeline, this area within
Awesome.
this timeline. So
Thank you. I'm happy to see this.
Other questions or clarifications? Seeing none,
No,
yeah,
no.
go ahead.
So my only comments was several communities that have launched their forest plans make available the firewood for residents.
Yep.
Or they'll do value-added products from the logs that they take. If the town needs timbers for a bridge or things like that, is that built into the plan?
So it's not built in, but what's nice about these plans is as we get into these areas and we start to work together with the foresters to figure out what we want to do, that has been a conversation that's been brought up internally among staff about providing firewood. There are some blowovers that forest logging companies probably aren't going to want to take because they've been sitting too long. There's conversations about us cutting those up, doing like what the state does. Cut them up in 6 foot, cut them in half, take a couple, notch a couple of pieces, flip them over, you get 2 benches along the trails. So we are looking at all of those creative ideas, also trying to see if we can work with logging companies as we start to develop our trail network to maybe utilize their finger trails or their trails to get out and get the logging to produce the rough end of a potentially new trail that we wanted to put in anyways. So that is the game plan of all of these management plans is first and foremost, take care of our forests and to utilize it in a way that it benefits the town as a whole through all recreation, forestry, and potentially support in a firewood situation that would be made available in some way, shape, or form. There's some complications as to how to make that work, so we're still in conversations about that, but definitely in consideration. Not drawn into the plan, but in consideration.
Yeah, it's just that has worked out very well for communities that have done that. It helps to drum up support for that when the town reaps a very tangible benefit other than just money.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think in the memo it notated that we are trying to be cost neutral or revenue generating, if at all possible. And obviously, when you ask a logger to drag some trees out that are only worth firewood, he's still got that time investing. So it's that whole cost neutral revenue to where now it's costing the taxpayers money. So we're going to try to be very careful and pay really close attention to that and provide as many benefits as we can to the town without costing the town if we can help it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Shannon?
I appreciate the memo. I appreciate your work on this. Having previously served on the Conservation Trails Committee, I know that they did a lot of work to get this, I believe it was unanimously approved, and with their support. So I think that's worth noting. I really I'm looking forward to this. I think it's a great plan, and I hope it can be implemented soon.
We hope so as well.
Not seeing any other hands on the board, I'll go over to public comment if there is any. Ken, come on up.
Good evening, Ken Signorello. I'm the chairperson for the Conservation and Trails Committee. We've had this plan before us for quite some time, and we're very happy to see that it's finally getting to get hopefully approved. We did discuss it. We did endorse it. Our advice to you is to approve it. I'd want to say also that it's been wonderful working with Harlan. He's definitely been integral in seeing this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to comment?
Online comment.
Oh. Lorraine, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you, Harlan, and thank you, boards and committees and chairs for bringing this forest management plan. It's long overdue. It's wonderful to see. I look forward to seeing how it susses out. Just thank you for the work. That's great.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board and I would entertain a motion. Shannon,
I make the motion that the Select Board adopt the Saxon Hill Forest Management Plan.
is there a second? Thank you, Ethan.
Discussion?
Discussion?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Just a question, because the recommended motion says adopt, the agenda item says approve. I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing, saying the right words. Does it matter?
I have no preference. Do you have a preference on?
No preference.
Okay, just wanted to make, because sometimes we adopt things, sometimes we approve them, and they mean different things.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think adopt is appropriate for this. Do you, Andy?
I don't know. When we do a policy, we adopt it in one meeting and then approve it in another. So that's why they are different in my view. So that's why I don't know. This is not a policy. I understand that.
I don't think
Does-
it needs
does it
two
matter?
steps. If you're more comfortable with the proof, this will take effect tomorrow, I'd say.
Yeah, I was gonna say that these are a little bit flexible, right, as we start to get into them and work with the forest management, and obviously it was written in 2020, we're now in 2026. We're gonna go out, the forest has changed a little bit. Adopting exactly what it says here means that we have to do it exactly. If you approve the forest management plan and the management of the forest, then it leaves us the minor flexibility. So probably approve would be.
Let's change the motion to.
Andy, are you thinking about the handbook where it was approve and then adopt at a future?
No, for any major policy changes we make, it's our policy to adopt a policy and then approve it in the next meeting. We never introduce a new policy and a major policy and then approve it in the same meeting. So that's what I'm just making sure we're not.
Am I allowed to ask a question here?
Sure.
So is this a new policy because it's the.
I'm not saying it's even. I'm not even saying it's a policy. I'm asking the question. If it's
Okay,
not a-
because we've already approved and adopted, or however we did it, the Indian Brook Forest Management Plan, which is also in the process of moving forward at the moment.
So
So
I
I'm not
think,
sure if this is a new process.
yeah, I think in the interest of clarity, let's just approve the plan like we would normally approve of any
Expenditure.
plan
Yeah,
or,
sure.
yeah.
I will amend that to strike the word adopt and put approve in there.
Thank you, Shannon. Ethan, is that good with you? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Harlan.
Thank you, Harlan.
And thank everybody for the nice comments.
And appreciate all of the,
I can project the left microphone, I have that voice.
next up, we have consider preliminary approval of handbooks for boards, committees, commissions, and their staff representatives. Hi, Tammy.
Hello.
So this is what I was saying earlier. This is the one I believe that we first saw in May.
June.
June.
Well, I think it probably went in May.
Okay.
And then we discussed in June.
Okay.
And it was tabled in June, on June 2nd. So there were some changes that were talked about here at the table. And it was also asked of staff to be sure that all boards and committees had an opportunity to provide feedback on this. Also, since then, we had brand new open meeting law changes that came into effect on July 1st again. So with that, my understanding is that we've received a notification from the Conservation and Trails Committee that their feedback is forthcoming. They still have to meet to approve that feedback, but we're proceeding to get a preliminary. You just had this conversation, a preliminary. Actually, I think this is approval on here, which would maybe mean you want to
This one would be preliminary approval.
Preliminary
and then
approval, so it is
adoption.
right. Okay, a
Yep.
preliminary approval. Next meeting would be an adoption, so you still would have an opportunity to hear further feedback as needed and as we would receive it. So I have incorporated some of those changes. We took a really solid look at the shall versus should, which was brought up, was a really great point. I think Shannon brought that up at the last meeting. So we went through and made sure that we were comfortable with all of those changes. I would just emphasize from the memo that this is we're looking for the preliminary approval of just the only main, now 23 pages. It was 21, but because we've done some shifting and moving, the number changed a bit. Those 23 pages are the handbook. Everything else is an attachment, and we've already had to make some of the changes to those attachments because they will change their policies. They're just referenced. It's a needed handbook. It's mostly processes. Some of this is just for staff representatives so that they know how to add an item to the select board agenda. They know how to run the computer. So some of these things are mostly processes, but there are some steps that in some of the sections will touch on expectations. So therefore, we're bringing this to you for your review and approval. Plus, it will also eliminate and replace some older policies that we have, which I've got listed. So with that, I guess I would entertain any possible questions or feedback or suggestions and ask for a preliminary approval.
Questions, clarifications, Shannon?
I had a couple questions, and I appreciate all the work you've done to this. I know it's taken a long time on top of all the things we've asked you, so I really appreciate you and the staff members that have helped. Under the section where it talks about ex officio, and the select board, it's page 7 for those tracking along. Top of the page, it talks, and Andy brought this up, that it's a good thing to have in here. I'm curious if we need specific language about, we had specifically brought this up as if a select board member wanted to sit on a board and not be a voting member. And this makes, the way this reads now, I'm wondering if just a specific language about it, including, a member of the public, a member of the youth, or someone, doesn't meet qualifications that are later defined, including a select board member, should be defined here.
You certainly could do that. So you're saying basically, you're saying to define that it could be a select board member or a member of the public?
Or even adding a clause there that, if a select board member should not be, advising themselves on what they should be doing officially. Personally, they should, but I would think a second clause in there saying, it reads fine now, a select board member may act as an ex officio member or something like that.
Okay.
Without being officially appointed?
I think they should, it would fall under the same thing. The select board may appoint non-voting ex officio members, including a member of the select board, onto a board or
So that
commission.
it's clear that.
I think that right now, when I read this, is it's like, oh, well, the select board members couldn't sit. But I think that the conversation that, I believe it was Andy that brought it up, in my mind, and I was on a board prior to this. I thought it was appropriate, and my time is limited for me to step down. But I might have taken the opportunity to have sat on that committee as a ex officio member.
Yep.
I think clarification is good.
Yep.
Any other questions, comments? Ethan?
This may have already been done, but is there any state statute that needs to be looked into about that?
About a select board being an ex officio member.
Maybe.
There never was a prohibition, but that doesn't mean that things have changed. Tammy is shaking her
Not
head.
that I'm aware of. There's nothing in there. It's what you would define it to be. You can even have it voting or non-voting. It's more of a Robert's Rule of Order thing than it is a state statute thing. So, then I think the general feeling is that, and we've had ex officios before on some of the boards that and it's been a non-voting member. So it's basically just like a liaison between the select board's goals, objectives, and the committee. So it's kind of just bringing that light to the to the committee's work.
Andy?
There is a list of incompatible offices. Do we need to have any concern with that? Could a DRB, would you want to, is that allowed for a select board member to be even an ex officio member of a DRB? I don't remember who's on, what the incompatible offices are.
Yeah, I would, my non-legal opinion would be that state statute would trump our.
So maybe we need to say, as long as it's as allowed by state statute or something like that, so that it
Clarity's good.
we're not
Yeah.
overstepping.
You could add that to the sentence, and then that way, if your laws change, you
Right.
always have that flexibility that it's
Right.
per any statute.
And the next section is from all statutes applicable to boards, so.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing.
Just thinking ahead because, in my mind, a preliminary approval is kind of silly because we're going to have to do an approval and adoption anyway, or adoption and approval, right?
And we typically, this is essentially a policy, and that's typically how we do it, is a preliminary, we approve it, and then we adopt it at a subsequent meeting. Do I have that right?
Yeah, so if you're comfortable with any edits you make tonight, you could approve it, give preliminary approval with the changes made tonight for adoption at a future meeting.
Our policy says we have to do it that way.
Yeah, but approving something isn't preliminarily approving it. If you preliminary approve it, you need to still approve it.
And this is where the approval adopt comes in.
Right.
And that's defined how that process.
Right, which is clearly defined, but preliminary means you're preliminary before the approval.
Oh.
You can't preliminary approve something without approving it.
Enlightenment on this.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
We do it.
I'm simple.
We're trying to be
okay?
transparent, and so that it's not approved, it's not preliminarily
Yeah.
approved. It'll be finally approved.
Kendall, I saw your hand.
Well, I would just add to what Andy said. I think you should put right in there that you can't have a select board as an ex officio member on a board like the planning commission or the DRB. Do you imagine the sticky wicket we'd have got into if that had been the case? I just think that's a bad policy. Just my opinion.
Are those, and now I'm wondering whether they're incompatible.
And that goes right along with that.
Yeah, well, we can't make it incompatible if it's not.
I would just suggest here that if you were going to appoint an ex officio for any board, it would be a discussion for that time that you're doing the appointment, and then you could look into those details. But by having this in your handbook, it's just saying it's available. They could do this. This is what they can do, and because it just says that you may appoint. It doesn't say that any requirements other than it's statutorily.
Shannon.
In the same vein, I believe it's on page 11. The language was stricken, which was discussed before, but I think it belongs that a chair cannot chair two different committees. I think that should be included. Yeah, it's the last clause that actually trickles on to page 11 is where that the town of Essex does not allow the chairperson of one public body to serve as chairperson of a second. I think similar vein, we're talking about DRB, we're talking about planning commission, we've separated those for a reason. We should have this in the handbook. And I don't know if we need an official motion to put language back in, but I'm prepared to make that if needed, Madam Chair.
And I think we excluded it last time.
It was not voted on. It was just purely discussed. Hey, I don't know if this is good. We had some discussion, but there was no official straw poll or anything that I'm aware of. But I think both for possible conflicts of interest and also for, we're always trying, I know, Madam Chair, it's a big push of your vocal comments to get as many people involved in governance, whether it's ages or it's multiple people. I think this is a great example of a way to encourage multiple people to be leaders in our community.
If you would like to make that in a formal motion.
Well, I don't know if all these edits need formal motion. I'm just curious how we're doing this.
Andy, looks like
I'll say what I said before. I don't think the select board has any business telling the committees and commissions who their leadership can be. And if we put that clause back in, I will vote against the whole package. But I'm just one vote.
You are just one vote. No, I hear you, Andy, and
Each one vote.
I think this is a handbook giving a lot of clarity.
His motion, I just think that it can be an Essex rule versus a state rule, so.
Can you explain this to me a little bit better? This will
This
allow
sentence?
somebody to be a chair of two boards.
It will
So not.
not. It will
Right now.
prohibit
The way it's written
someone-
now, it's been struck, so it will allow someone to be
Yeah.
chair of
So-
two boards. Yeah.
So
So
since
I
Ken
can-
is sitting right here and he's in my line sight, I'm gonna pick on him for a second. He's currently, thank you for being a good sport. He's the current chair of Conservation and Trails.
I am.
It would, I'm sorry?
I am.
Yes, I did say that, right? Yes.
I'm confirming.
Okay, thank you. It would disallow him
To be the
from
chair, EDC.
being the chair of, say,
Economic
he-
Development Commission, for example. which I
or
also
any
serve on.
other.
So it was written before that he couldn't be chair of both boards.
When we first saw this,
In this
yes.
draft.
And
when we
now
saw
it's
it the last
struck
time.
so that way he can be on both boards.
He could be the chair of both.
Chair
He
of
can be the
both
chair of both boards, but
I
that's
already
up
am
to the
on both.
board's discretion.
Ethan, it was never
Never
like
approved. Yeah.
it was never not allowed. Like it's always been.
It's
it-
just
right.
okay.
This the original
Okay.
version of this had
Thank you.
made it so it wouldn't.
No, I just sometimes I have a hard time reading, so not reading, but I have a hard time understanding what I'm reading.
What we're trying to say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but throw a bunch of words in there that
Yeah.
I'm just picking.
So
But
today's world, it is allowed.
it is allowed.
Could happen.
The way it's written right now, struck. It's okay.
It's okay.
Understand.
If we were to
Perfect.
unstrike it and include it, then it would be
Right.
prohibited
Right.
going forward
I'm,
when we adopt.
I'm a voice of the people, and I think that if the people speak, then we listen. So if somebody wants Ken to be the chair of all four boards, and he's appointed to all four, great. You know, my opinion, but
Did you? Okay.
that's all. I just want to make sure I was reading it right.
And if you want to solidify that in a motion, that's fine.
I would move that we add the language back in to make it so that one person cannot be the chair of two boards in our town.
Okay, is there a second? Thank you, Kendall.
Discussion.
Yes.
Clarification question. This excludes the DRB because they are under state provisions, correct?
This is a handbook for all the boards.
Yeah, but the DRB is governed by the state rules that already has a clause in there.
Parts of it are my understanding, and I'll look at Tammy in a moment, but that there's nothing that in state statute.
That it disallows.
Not the DRB chair can also chair another committee. I don't think there's some incompatible offices, so select board cannot be on.
Right.
DRB, But apart from that, no. So this would be an Essex policy that the chair of one board committee commission can only be the chair of that one board committee commission. But state statute does not is silent on that.
Okay.
Is that right, Tammy?
Correct.
So, hear me really quick. I'm sorry, I'm trying. On the state level, there's nothing that disallows a board member from serving on another board.
Not,
There are some incompatible offices.
Okay, so it's still in rule state, right? So we can't say that you can't. Period.
I mean, the.
We can list incompatible offices, which we have, but we can't overreach the state of Vermont.
I'd want to get a legal opinion on that. We've come up with similar type questions. I'm blanking on exactly what they are, but we've also gotten some opinions from the LCT and others that the towns do have a fair amount of discretion as far as how they run their boards, committees, and commissions.
Okay.
So I don't have a definitive answer for you, but the sense we've gotten in the past is that the towns can set some parameters for membership.
That's my understanding as well.
Well, last question while we're still in discussion before we vote on this. If, hold on a second. I just had a brain fart. Okay. So if we decide to vote on this tonight and approve, right? We're just going to say approve, because that would be the approve, adopt process. What are we going to count as a significant change? If we were to eliminate this after, or add this after, would that be considered a significant change? Because in my mind it would be. So I would just say that I hate to kick the can down the road, but I feel like that without a definite on yes or no.
Can I ask for a point of clarification, which I think you're asking too? The way I understood the motion is that it is just for this one clause. It's not a vote on the entire.
Correct. Right.
It's just for whether or not to include this one
Right.
clause.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
And then there,
I was thinking the
assume
whole.
will be a
Okay.
vote later on for the whole handbook.
Okay.
Andy?
My memory of of you having looked at this before is that there are municipalities that do have this restriction on their committees. So there are other municipalities that do this. I'm not in favor of it because again, I think it's up to the committees to choose their own leadership. So you can get away with it until somebody says you can't. Nobody's telling us we can't, I guess.
Right, and I'll say what I was thinking about saying before. Just quick, brief history of this. As Tammy and I were working on the handbook, and really mostly Tammy, we heard some feedback. I think it was in regards to the DRB and from some board members about whether or not people should be allowed to be a chair of more than one board, committee, or commission. So we proposed putting it in there. I think after the last discussion, we heard maybe pull it back out. So that's why it's out now. I don't think staff feels strongly one way or the other. We hear and see both sides and see arguments on both sides, so it's really the will of the board in this case.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. So the state of Vermont has no protections from planning commissions or DRBs for the chair being a quasi-judicial leader that they can't serve with a conflicting committee?
None that I'm aware of, and I'm pretty sure that the state even says that planning commissioners can also serve on the development review board and vice versa.
I hope so, because we have that.
Explicitly says that.
Yeah.
It explicitly says that, yes.
Yeah. And when we were appointing, that came up, and there is no prohibition. Andy?
And this would be just addressing the appointment of a chair, not the appointment to the committee.
Right. Andy?
The Vermont statute does, however, give the DRB the authority to set their own policies or their own operating rules. So us saying that the chair of the Trails Committee cannot be the chair of the DRB is in violation of statute, in my view, because I believe the DRB has the authority to decide who their leadership is and to write their own procedures. That they have that explicit authority in statute to write their own procedures. And so if we disallow one of their members from being chair through some other action, I believe that's a violation of, because we're attempting to override DRB procedural policy, which we're not allowed to do.
So there is a motion, it's been seconded to unstrike this sentence. Is there any other further questions or clarifications that we need? Because if not, I'm going to ask for public comment on this motion and then bring it back to the board.
Do we have a second yet on the motion?
Yes, Kendall. So seeing nothing from the board, I'm going to turn it over for a quick public comment. If anybody has any, I see online, Lois? Lois, if you're speaking, you're on mute. Oh, there you go.
Sorry. If the idea of this thing is to increase civic engagement, I'm not sure why you would necessarily want a select board to join another committee. And it also kind of gives the appearance, to the public at least, of undue influence, which I'm not sure is an image you want to present.
Thank you, Lois. Sharon?
Hi there. I just wanted to address both Ethan and Andy's comments about overriding state law. You can't override state law, but you can make stricter rules. That's not overriding state law. And the other thing is saying that we're overriding state law because we're not allowing procedures. There's a lot of things that override that too for the DRB, for instance, a conflict of interest policy, all that stuff. So you can do that. And personally, I think having particularly the same chair for the DRB and the PC is you might have a chair that's making the rules and then that same chair enforcing the rules. So, I know everyone we have is honest, but it could create a problem. And the second thing I have as a question is, I don't know if it was an error, but the DRB has never seen a copy of this manual. Is there going to be any input from the boards and committees, or is this going to get decided and approved without that?
I see Greg making a note of that. Thank you, Greg. The goal is to, just like a policy would, we would give it approval this evening, but final adoption and the potential for changes would come at a future meeting should it be approved this evening.
So the committees and the boards will get a chance to give input, because I know we haven't seen this manual or even talked about it. I only saw it because I saw that I was looking at a packet for the PC and I saw it in there, but it's never been presented to our board.
Sharon, apologies. This is Greg. Yeah, all the boards and committees should have been given a chance to weigh in on this, so I will check tomorrow and make sure that the DRB has that opportunity as well.
I think we got so busy, with that big application that it just probably kept getting pushed, because we didn't have much time. That's what I'm guessing happened.
What? Huh?
Well, we had that huge, oh, stop it. Oh, I didn't even, God, I'm so naive. I was trying not to say names, but it just, oh, stop. Okay.
For the sense of humor.
That was appropriate.
I was just squaring up.
I totally missed it. So thank you.
Betsy, come on up.
Betsy Dunn, Cindy Lane, Essex. I think that the easiest way, I know that this is not where it is right now because we don't do anything really easy, is that when we thought about the DRB and the Planning Commission and taking the Planning Commission and making it the DRB and the Planning Commission, they are actually going to plan. And we never envisioned that there would be a person or two or three people who are on one board also on the other board, because we felt that was a conflict of interest and wasn't getting us what we wanted in oversight. And if we didn't have that, and that's in our contract, what is our
Charter.
Our charter. And in the charter, you have the right to change that. And I think that would be the most ideal thing to happen here.
So are you speaking in favor of one person not being the chair of two bodies?
I'm
or?
in favor of, it wouldn't be possible if they were on another body, because they shouldn't be on another body if they're on that body.
Okay. Ken.
Hi, Ken Signorello. I want to say that I appreciate your taking public comment during the discussion part of a motion. That's contrary to Robert's Rules of Order. Technically, you're supposed to ask for a suspension of the rules to do that, but I think it's great, and I do it in my committee all the time. Gives the public the chance to say something at the very last moment before a vote. I think it's very fair. If a community member has the energy to be the chairperson of two committees, more power to them, but I do think that there can be an issue depending on the two committees. So that's something to be considered for sure. There was concern about select board members being on a committee and members serving on multiple committees. Well, we have 3 members serving on 2 very highly related committees currently. So there's some concern there. I'm not sure that this motion would affect that. It's currently to allow or not allow. I'm not sure. Where are we on this motion?
reinstituting the language would not allow.
Not allow. Chairperson, yeah, I think that's a good thing. I would suggest putting that back in. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment, I will bring it back to the board. Does everyone understand the motion?
Yes.
Everybody ready for the motion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify. This was Shannon and Kendall. Sorry, I didn't have it written down.
You're good. No, there's been a lot going on.
So I just wanted to make sure I was in step here. All those in favor of re-implementing this language, please signify aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails 2-3. So now we are back to the package as it exists. Shannon, I think you had the floor previously, walking down through some questions and clarifications when this came up. So if you would like to.
Just the last point I wanted to ask Tammy. Page 8 talks about posting the minutes. At times we've talked about having, I know it's been discussion on a public level. I don't know if it's made all the way to the staff or to the town manager, but to have permissions given to the clerk of a committee to post minutes. I know it says in there it has to be posted by 5 calendar days. That's a pretty strict, I don't know if that's by statute or how that
It is.
standard came up, but that's, to follow that, I feel like it's, especially if there's multiple people involved, it's not the staff member on many committees that's taking the minutes, it's an actual appointed person on that committee that's on their time, then finishing them. I don't know, I know this is open to discussion, I'm curious what you would think, as well as other members of the board, to give members of the public who have volunteered their time to take on that leadership position of a clerk to actually follow these guides as to how to post them, so they didn't have to pass it on and then, take more time, if you may.
So it is by statute, the 5 days, and it's not even 5 business days, it's 5
Yeah.
calendar days, so we have to count weekends and that. So you're talking about, like, if there was a volunteer from the community that wanted to just take minutes for us, is that what you're saying?
I'm more so talking about on individual committees, Conservation Trails, for example, the clerk takes, and when I was on there, Dwayne Miller Barlow took exemplary minutes and different things, and they were super detailed, it had line numbers and stuff. He then would say he would go home and watch the meeting on 2-speed to make sure it was all accurate, and different things. He's a bit of a different case because he's very into minutes. But that being said, I assume that most every other committee has a clerk or a person that's designated to take minutes. And instead of putting that on the staff member, is there a way that we could give them access to put it to a portal and upload it themselves instead of taking staff time to do so?
Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, Tammy's website expert, but to jump in for a moment, it's just, I want to reiterate this is statute, and so we have to get.
Well, I'm not complaining about the
posted
time.
within-
No, I'm just
within-
saying.
Yeah, 5 days.
To do it
And
direct.
Yeah.
and to get onto our website, we try to limit the number of people who are playing with the website and onto the website. So that's kind of why it has to flow through a staff person. We have typically multiple staff people who could upload it, who could get it there.
Okay.
Minutes do not, it's just draft minutes, so it doesn't have to be the detailed thing. The draft minutes really just have to be who was at the meeting, what motions were made, and what were the outcomes of the votes. So somebody could really hopefully
Sure.
slap that together pretty quickly, get it to the appropriate staff person, and get the draft minutes posted within those 5 days. And then take as much time as needed. Statute is silent on when the final minutes have to get done or approved. But hear what you're saying, and also want to just be cautious about how many people are playing with their website in any given day.
Okay. I'm not proposing any difference. I just wanted to raise the question. Thank you.
Additional questions or clarifications on the draft?
I would just note that there are a lot of shall in this policy now.
And that is mostly based on statute, right, Tammy? There's a few.
I think so. I mean, I went through and tried to determine, is this something we have to be doing or do we not have to be doing it? Had Greg also put eyes on this as well, just so that there was more than, and Karen also previewed it as well, so that we had a few of us kind of looking at this. So.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions or clarifications from the board, so I'll turn it over to public comment on the full draft. Ken, I saw your hand go up, but if you'd like to.
Thank you, Ken Signorello. I called Civic Plus, and I asked them about security. There's lots of different levels of security for Civic Plus. I think that possibly the minutes issue could be addressed with a certain security clearance. I'll talk about 5 specific things, and then I'll make a general comment. On page 7, second bullet, it says, open meeting law requires decision-making bodies to meet at a staffed physical location. Well, I checked the ESA 1312A2D, and it doesn't exactly say that. What it does say is that at least one member of the public body or at least one staff or a designee of the public body shall be physically present. So that is not accurate. It probably should be adjusted.
What specific item is that in?
The second bullet, which reads, open meeting law requires decision-making bodies to meet at a staffed physical location. The physical location part is right. This is for a hybrid meeting. But who has to be there? It doesn't have to be a staff person. It could be a member of the public body, a staff person, or a designee of the public body. Assuming, of course, that they were able to run the hybrid meeting, which we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
Next item, page 10. Second bullet reads, the second sentence of it reads, staff representatives are responsible for creating agendas, and board members, of course, are encouraged to suggest items that can be accomplished within time scheduled for the meeting. Well, as a chairperson of a committee, I have a problem with this. Number one, I don't want to burden our staff representative with putting together our agenda. I do that. I do a fairly decent job of it, I think. I can include a lot of interesting reading file items. If this was to pass, I don't see why I would want to do it anymore. I would simply turn it over to our staff representative, who I think is quite overloaded at this point as well. I do think that it could be staff supported, but I think the responsibility clearly needs to be with the chairperson, not the staff person. Especially when staff person could say, there's no time for that item to be added to the agenda. And I would just point out that at our very last Conservation and Trails Committee meeting, this handbook was on our agenda, but our staff person said there's no time, so we didn't cover it. So there's already a constraint problem when staff is able to enforce that time limit. The rest of our committee members were willing to go on and get it done, but our staff person was not able to stay. That was the second item, page 10. Page 11. Very top of it. This is talking about what happens when a staff person can't make the meeting. I think I can sum this up by saying that, if committees are to depend on staff to run their hybrid meetings, well, then the staff needs to be dependable. Now, we've had instances where that has not been the case. We were informed at one Conservation and Trails Committee meeting, the day of the meeting, that the staff person couldn't make it, meeting was canceled. Now, sometimes we have time-sensitive things. We have to advise the DRB or the Planning Commission on things, which sometimes is meeting that very next week, that very same week even. So what I think needs to be done here is there needs to be a chain of responsibility that ends with the town manager. So if a staff representative can't make it, there needs to be a chain to follow. Possibly the chair people need to be aware of that chain so they could execute it if necessary as well. And Greg, I'm sorry, if it has to be you who shows up to run the hybrid meeting, then it has to be you. Chairman should be the one, or chairpersons should be the ones to cancel meetings. Staff representative not being there is just, we would be happy to run our own hybrid meeting. We do not need a staff member to do it. An alternative would be to create a Zoom account, one for all committees to share, or one for each if necessary, because there's a concern about security, obviously, sharing passwords and credentials. So a Zoom account, and that's the account that would be used to set up the hybrid meeting, would solve that problem nicely. And then if the staff person couldn't make it, we would just need access, and that's all. And we could run our own hybrid meeting because we'd have the same credentials that the staff person would use, or different ones that we would use, I should say. So that's the problem there. And two solutions I've given you. Chain of responsibility, that's pretty foolproof, or ability to run our own hybrid meetings. Page 12. Under meetings in general, agenda, this is the second paragraph where it talks about what happens when a member of the public sends something in to be added to an agenda. A sentence sort of towards the end reads, the staff representative has discretion on which items to include on the agenda. Well, this means that if a member of the public sends something in to a committee and the staff doesn't put it on the agenda, we may never know about it. I'm not so sure I like that. I think that it might read something like the staff representative would consult with the chairperson to see if that should go on the agenda. Your whole purpose of these committees and commissions is to have an interface to the public. Why are you putting staff in between? That's page 12, I think. Page 11, 12. I think we got one more to go. Page 13. Okay. So this is changing the agenda. This is an interesting situation. There were a bunch of changes here that went from should to shall. Now, open meeting law does allow, maybe unfortunately, for any changes to be made to an agenda at a meeting. Any changes. Now, the Secretary of State has discouraged that, of course, for decision things that the public should be aware of, obviously. And I think that the original language actually reflected that. I'm going to tell you something now, a story. Not a story, I'm going to tell you a fact, a thing that happened, which demonstrates that there's some contradiction here amongst our staff. There was a meeting where an item was not on the agenda. The chairperson for our committee was going to resign at the end of that meeting and added to the agenda an election of a new chairperson. Not on the agenda. I did not object to this. I did not want to be the chairperson of a second committee. So it was fine with me. Nevertheless, a member of the public complained about this. And we received a response from staff, a director from staff, which said, yes, this is not advisable. Secretary of State says not a good idea. Statute does allow it. You voted for it. As long as your board voted for it, it's okay. I'm not sure I like it, but there are going to be circumstances, and it does say that in here as well. There may be circumstances where time is a constraint. You have to add something to the agenda on the fly to make a decision. I totally understand that. I think this staff member I think if it said, after advising the committee members that this is not a good idea to add an item like this to an agenda, a decision item, for example, and they vote to do it anyway, okay. I think they've been warned. They've been told what's a good idea and what isn't a good idea. I think that is sufficient. I think the staff member actually had that right. And the current wording here is wrong and should go back to should in all those instances. Right now it says that you shall not add items that do not require time-sensitive things. You never know. I think that the board should decide what's time-sensitive and what isn't. All right, so those are the 5 items that I think I have an issue with. Now I'm just going to say in general, you appoint these boards to advise different bodies, including yourselves. I'm getting this feeling from this document that staff is injecting itself as a filter, a censor even, between you and these boards. I have a problem with that. It wasn't what I signed up for. I signed up to advise. the select board, the DRB, and the planning commission, and to do other wonderful things, which we do. And I am not happy with this feel of this document in general. At the very beginning, it asks for this document to be signed. I wouldn't sign it. And then comes the question, what happens then? Thank you.
You raised your hand. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, just ignore it. I don't know if anyone else. Okay. Thank you. Hi, I'm Ann Miller. I'm a resident here last 10 years. I live at 60 Sydney Drive in Essex. And for a good part of my professional career, I have reviewed contracts and agreements as part of my role in new business development for pharmaceutical and life science companies. So it was with great pleasure that I went through line by line all 169 pages of this document. I exaggerated. I didn't go through all 169.
The attachments.
Yes. There was a couple places where I thought there were, so I want to say, like, number one, like, I appreciate how much work has gone into this. Number two, like, I know that you want to get it done. I think it might be premature to seek approval today, and here's why. I looked for both errors and omissions, right? Because you can have a mistake, but you can have something that's forgotten. So when I look at it on page 22, I'm not as organized as Ken. On page 22 of the handbook, it specifies that commissioners may be removed at the discretion of the select board. However, 24 VSA 4323A has set up separate due process for the Planning Commission and the DRB, that they cannot be removed at the discretion of the select board, but there's a specific process for that. So that's just a straight up error. I'm not like here to, I'm not trying to throw stones. I'm just trying to point out places where it could be improved. I also think that there's some lack of clarity. I mean, the thing that's really odd about this document is that whole advisory, non-advisory, right? Why don't they just say like advisory and decision making? It seems like it would be a much clearer document, but I understand that that's the terminology adopted in state law. So there's the way on page 7, the way hybrid meetings are written, like we say in this document that like basically all meetings are hybrid, but at the same time, we say in the current draft, and I don't have it right up in front of me, that limits the duty to record meetings to hybrid meetings. So it's like the Vermont law specifies that all non-advisory, so all decision-making bodies must record every regular or special meeting, hybrid or otherwise. And that's what the law says, but the way that paragraph is written, it sounds like it's making, maybe you would say it's a distinction without a difference, but to me it sounds like, well, if for some reason we didn't have a hybrid meeting, there wouldn't be a duty to record it. So I'm just pointing that out. It's just the way that, do you have it right there?
Is this the point part?
7. I have to look at I have it on my phone. Maybe it's on my.
I think it's the second bullet point,
Yeah.
bottom of page 7.
Yes. All regular, and right, so, and then it says here, right, all hybrid meetings must be recorded. So it's like, well, but what about meetings that are not hybrid? Well, there shouldn't be any, right? So maybe it just should say all meetings must be recorded, and then it would be an accurate reflection of what is intended by this paragraph. That's all. That would be my suggestion. All meetings must be recorded, because all meetings are hybrid meetings according to what this paragraph says, right?
Unless they're site visits.
Oh, right, unless accepting, right, those two exceptions. Okay, so that was another one. And then I also had, there was an omission, right, which says, state law says that municipalities must post on its website the open meeting law violation complaint procedure and provide the full text of section 314. That's in 1 VSA 314B. So that, I just think that's just an omission that needs to be included in there. So that's another item that I had pointed out. I actually created a whole table, but I didn't bring it with me. The other thing that Ken mentioned this, but on page 9 of the handbook, it states staff support means facilitating operations for the boards and supporting the work of the boards. It doesn't say doing the work of the boards, right? And the page 9 also says staff representatives have, quote, a limited amount of time to support their board's work. Again, limited time and support. So in the way it's written now, the handbook is proposing to assign the responsibility to the staff to create agendas, which by my way of thinking is actually the work of the advisory board or commission chair. So I think that this written as it is would create a great deal of work for town staff, and it would also reduce the authority of the commission. I'll just say as like kind of an editorial comment, if I was on an advisory board and the chairperson couldn't lead their meeting, I would suggest that they should be removed. Like, I mean, if you can't set your agenda and run your meeting, like, you're just not doing your job. So I will also go on to say that there's nothing in Vermont municipal or open meeting laws that specifies the agenda setting authority. Those from our laws only specify when and where the agendas must be posted. So it's at our discretion how we want to run the town. And I would encourage you to make sure that committees have their responsibilities and that the committee chair is responsible for setting the agenda. And so, given the current discussion, I would urge you to not adopt the handbook in its current form, as much as I know you all would like to have that done. Sorry. Thank you very much. It's close, but not quite there.
Irene?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Irene Renner, resident of Essex. I would second Ken and Ann's comments, especially that I would urge you not to adopt or approve or partially adopt or preliminarily approve this document tonight. Thank you to Tammy for going through all the edits that I presented her over time. I really appreciate that. I had the good fortune of seeing this because I serve on the Board of Civil Authority. I did not see it as a member of the Economic Development Commission, and I find that to be concerning. So there are more than one committees or commissions that have not seen this, have not had time to go over it. So that plays into my appeal to you tonight to not start approving this or start adopting this, because it sends the absolute wrong message to all the committees and commissions who have not gotten wind of this yet. I also have 5 comments. First is a nit. At the bottom of page 5, it says the town manager's responsibilities for boards. I don't know that the town manager has any responsibilities for boards. I appreciate that the town manager's duties are defined, because I think it's important to give people who apply to a committee and sit on one for the first time. I haven't been there for 20 years, but when I first arrived wide-eyed and enthusiastic, I didn't know what end was up. I didn't know the mission of the town was to protect the health, safety, and welfare of everyone who lived here or visited here. And I wish that were also defined in the introduction, but you've already seen that draft, I hope, if you've looked at my comments in past packets. I think it's important on this page to define nonpartisan, and if indeed the town manager becomes the backup for the staff representative who at the last minute cannot service a committee that they're assigned to, then indeed this heading at the bottom of page 5 should say for boards. Otherwise, those words I think can come out. On page 7, believe it or not, and it probably feels a little archaic because when I've said this to some people, they've laughed at me, but back in Psych 101, we were told that something like a butterfly's wings or the appearance of someone at a meeting could actually change the outcome. So when I served on the select board, the rule was you don't go to a planning commission meeting. You don't go. And there was no such thing as hybrid. But you don't go. You don't show up in that room and possibly influence the outcome of a vote or the way the people serving on that board feel about their chances for reappointment if they vote the wrong way, in the opinion of a select board member who happens to show up and glare at them. So maybe the rules have changed. Maybe the advisory has changed to select board members of where you can go and not go and show up as ex officio or not. But I really want that revisited. Where are you allowed to go and where are you allowed to influence or not? And in this day when there's hybrid meetings, you're not stuck reading the PC minutes as I was for years trying to figure out what really happened, or going back to watch a tape on those every other meetings where they actually taped them, because just as they are now, not every planning commission or DRB meeting is taped. But you do have the option of watching anonymously if you'd like those meetings. You do not have to be in the room influencing the outcome. So I would ask you to seriously consider whether those psychological impacts are still a real thing, or if I sacrificed going to a lot of meetings that I really wanted to be at because I was following the line that I was given by my town manager. When is the agenda published? It talks about on page 12, any person may request that a new item be placed on the regular meeting agenda by informing the staff representative by noon, 2 days before the agenda is published. Now, there's an Economic Development Commission meeting happening on Wednesday at 11 a.m. And on Friday, it occurred to me that there were a whole bunch of things that the EDC had let fall off their agendas. One of them was a letter at the last meeting that we didn't discuss. It was in the reading file, but the person who was targeted by the letter was not in attendance at that meeting, and we were meeting over the tree farm, so it wasn't really a meeting, and it wasn't being taped. So that was one of the things I asked to be put on the agenda for our next in-house meeting. And that, along with several other things, I was told had to be approved by the board itself. It couldn't just be put on the agenda because the chair or a member of the commission wanted it on. And staff was putting the kibosh on me adding these 4 things to the agenda that were completely relevant and in fact had been discussed partially or not at all, but were related to the business that we were doing. So I think we need to really look at how stringent we are about what can be added to an agenda. I'm not adding random stuff. I'm just adding things that have fallen off prior agendas and trying to be responsive to the public, who in this one case had written a letter that deserved to be discussed. The Economic Development Commission description, and I don't for the life of me know what page this was on. It might be 180, 183.
Attachment, yeah, it's an
It's one of the
attachment.
attachments. It's overriding the old description of what the EDC is about, what its purpose is, and the only thing that has changed is that the word select board has been substituted for the term board of selectmen, which is kind of quaint and we've gotten away from. That policy is 32 years old. It was approved on, even before I got on the select board, it was approved in December 20th of 1993. The fact that we have not revisited in 32 years what the purpose of the EDC is a little embarrassing to me. I think that that's yet another reason why each of these committees and commissions should be going over what these attachments are and revising and looking at what their purpose is. Because we need to bring it into the 21st century. Because I have a little extra time in my schedule, have been attending the Milton Economic Development Commission meetings, as I think I told you during my interview for the Essex EDC. They've got a fabulous vision and priorities document that includes things like exploring incentives for green businesses and sustainable agriculture. Doesn't that sound 21st century to you? There's nothing from 1993 that mentions those kinds of things in our document. Expand water, sewer, broadband, and sidewalks in core and industrial areas. Again, that's the Milton phrase. It's second nature to me that we would want to expand the sewer core in industrial areas, but if you go to a DRB or a planning commission meeting, that seems like a foreign notion to people in Essex. So I think it's really important that those type of things that we're trying to encourage development, or trying to encourage industries to come here, we need to revise our planning and purpose statements for some of these committees and really update them before we go adopting or approving or accepting this document that we have before us tonight. I thank you for your time. I'm sorry if my tone is a little annoyed. It's been a long day. I've looked at this document a whole lot, really carefully. It helps to print it on paper for those of you who only get 400 pages on your screens, and I feel bad about that. I think there's been a real change in our ability to govern since everything went digital. It was a lot of trees, but there was something really effective about looking through a packet on paper and being able to mark it up every other weekend when I served on the board. And I hope that each of you will consider asking for a paper packet so that you too can do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Irene. I see Lorraine online. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Lorraine Zaloom, 74 Center Road. Am I hearing right that the stakeholders, the committees, the boards themselves weren't involved in the handbook?
The reason why this was tabled the last time is so this could get into the hands of all of the boards and committees. Greg is going to look into why that may not have happened in some limited instances, but we have had feedback from multiple committees at this point. So
who got, what boards and committees, commissions got them and which ones didn't?
That's what I need to check on tomorrow, Lorraine. It sounds like the EDC and
DRB.
the DRB may not have seen it, so I need to look into that and find out if there's been any others.
I mean, those are two pretty big, huge, those are really important stakeholders. I'm just kind of gobsmacked by that. I'm surprised. I mean, when we did the ETC next plan, the town plan, which our property was greatly affected by, one of the things I found really disturbing was there was only 4 of us stakeholders involved in the railroad bed that would be potentially converted to a connective trail for the town. We were never contacted. And so I hope that's not a pattern, because there was also something else mentioned tonight with, I think Ethan brought up some of those people. To me, it would be great if we considered people that are going to be in some of these voting measures, like the 1B, if we were going to vote on that people that were in those zones that we were considered actually had a say in that. And so that we know things, so that we can mine things that we haven't thought of, so we can make it a more resilient document. And I think that's why it's extremely important that stakeholders, and I know it's a longer process, I know it's a pain in the butt, but you end up with a much better document in the long run. So I hope that people don't vote to approve this tonight, because it sounds like it needs some more considerate work. Thanks.
Thanks, Lorraine. Any other public comment? I will bring it back to the board.
I think with the 2 committees that we talked about, we should do what we did last time, is refer this back to staff for at least another meeting, so they have time to get it to the 2 committees that everyone's said, and Greg said, there may be more, but I think we need their input.
Is there any opposition to taking that approach? Andy?
I'm not opposed to taking that approach, but there's also a lot of other comments that were made this evening that, if we're able to, we should address. I mean, some of the, there is a, the removal thing. There's a line at the top of the paragraph that says, except when governed by statute. So I think, there are some things that were brought up tonight that are covered, but if we're going to take public input, I guess we should consider it.
Agreed.
Because there were a lot of comments in a lot of areas, and
I guess the question is, do we want to have that conversation here tonight, or understanding that we're probably going to get some of the same comments the next time we talk about this as well? Do we want to talk about them as one package? Ethan.
I prefer not to burn time on what ifs. We table it. We collectively capture everyone's words with the minutes. Create a list from all the other committees that we haven't heard from, all the members that we heard from tonight. We create a list of all the items to be amended or changed or removed or added, and then we weigh in on it at the next meeting as a warned business item with the information provided to the public when the agenda is posted.
Did you want to?
Similar to that, except when it's ready, bring it back
Yeah.
when it's ready.
When it's
not
ready.
necessarily that mandating the next meeting.
Yeah, no, Tammy, you've done this, you've come to our meetings multiple times. I appreciate everything that's going into it. I appreciate the boards that have weighed in on this. I appreciate the members of the public that spent their entire weekend probably reading through 400 pages. I understand, and I just want to say, I think we've heard it a lot tonight. We want to get this right, and it affects not just us here, but everybody on staff, as well as all the members that volunteer their time. So I think Ethan and Andy's suggestion is a great way to go forth.
Ditto. Thanks to all involved.
Can I ask one clarifying question for the next time that we do bring it? Can we use just the first attachment in the packet, or do you need all of the other attachments in there?
My personal feeling is if those are going to be replaced with links that go to active current state, we don't need everything in that packet. We
They
just
are
need,
change. They change. Yeah. Okay.
Which is the point, right?
I will
So
put the
they're
first
always fresh.
attachment though, which is the description of the boards and the committees, but the rest of it really did take up a lot of bandwidth, and it took a lot of, that's what made your packet 400 pages. So, and many of that is just standard processes for civic clerk and things that nobody really needs to.
Yep. Okay. So I'm not seeing any objection to that approach, so thanks for your time and the public's time and the committee's time to review it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Greg, could you do your temperature trick?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm sweating and I
It's way too hot, man.
I'm fine over here. So
Thank you. If you want to teach me, I can do it in the future.
I'm actually
And
pretty
in the
comfy
future,
right now.
when is the
Pretty comfy right now. I'm usually freezing in this room. So for those online, we're just making a quick temperature adjustment to the room. So I'm just pausing until folks get back to their seats.
Andy, thank you for the blueberries.
Oh, yeah.
Nice to have a snack for these.
All right, so our next business item is discussion about resolution proposed by resident. I will note that we've also had a proposed resolution submitted to us that was passed in the city of Rutland previously as well. And we've had one sort of formal resolution in resolution form submitted by a resident, and also some more generalized thoughts not in a formal resolution. But we haven't had a discussion about it as a board. So the sole purpose of this item is to discuss as a board our folks, and I apologize, I should have waited. I didn't realize that Ethan didn't come back to his seat. There he is. Ethan, did you hear what I said leading up to this? Yeah. Okay. He said yes for the record. So the sole purpose about this discussion as a board this evening is to just have some direction as far as, is the board interested in taking this up, in having something drafted to react to discuss. Since we have had multiple folks come forward, some in multiple forms, I just want to make sure that we have this discussion and there is either closure or forward movement on this item. Andy.
I'll make a comment, I guess. The earlier request that we got from the individual from Rutland, which talked about the U.S. Constitution, prompted me, and the oath I took as a officer, and it just made me question, because it's been almost 12 years since I first took the oath, what actually is in the oath. So I went or asked the question, and we've decided to, as people are reelected, they have to take the oath again so you can remember what's in there. And so there is an oath of office that we take that it says we're going to execute the office of the select board to the best of our ability. And then we also are asked to affirm or swear allegiance to the Vermont state constitution. There is no affirmation or swearing with regard to the U.S. Constitution. Just saying that to clarify that it was stated in that the letter that came with that as elected officials we are required to support the U.S. Constitution. We are not. None of us had to sign that. It's only to say it's just a fact. I'm not saying that there's no opinion around this. But that's I just wanted to clarify that. The other thing I wanted to comment on is there are requests in there that the select board require the police department to act in a certain way, and our charter specifically says that town employees are employed by the manager, and that the select board is explicitly prohibited from telling town employees how to do their job or what their job is. The only employee that we manage is the manager, and so to have a resolution that states we're going to do something have our police department specifically do something, we do not have that authority in my reading of the charter. So those are at least 2 points I wanted to bring up. I certainly am in support of free speech, due process. Probably a few other things that I should mention there. I'm a little leery of doing a 5-page resolution that includes a lot of current events and so forth. So I guess I'll leave it there for now.
So the discussion, just to kind of clarify, the discussion isn't whether you're in favor of, like, there's no vote this evening.
Right,
I want to
right.
clarify that. In favor of specific language, but are you in favor of something being drafted to bring back to react to and have a deeper discussion, whether it's, at a higher level, less detail, or if it does have detail, just having something to react to and make a decision on?
I wouldn't object to something that's pared down from what we've seen. Again, I don't want to, the 5-page with current events in it that names names and
Okay.
a little too much.
Okay. I don't know who is first.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Andy, and I always look to you to be kind of the procedural guy. So it's good to hear you know your stuff. I appreciate that.
Or is it adopt?
Just discussion.
When I heard Sue come forth, and then a number of the members that spoke after her a couple months ago, I think it was 2 months ago, she came first. The thesis of what she said was that there's members in our community that feel unsafe, and that really hits a chord to me. I know that when we read, this very well written and lengthy document that Sue actually passed out that first meeting, there's a lot of stuff in there that, with this being a nonpartisan board, I'm not sure that we necessarily would want to bring up. But I think especially looking at the essence of it, we're talking about providing people in our community understanding that they are protected, that they live in a safe community, that they have their rights are protected, working with the police department, working with our staff. I think it's important to say that at this point in time. I think regardless of who's in the White House, whether it was a Democrat or Republican or an independent, I think that these are things that our forefathers and women and leaders as well established this country on. And right now, a lot of people feel that they're being attacked, they're not being followed, they're alone, they're scared. So I think I'm in full support of working with the staff and members of the public to get a strong resolution similar to what Rutland has that states that we respect people. We, regardless of where you come from, your immigration status, your race, religion, everything else, your political beliefs, your freedom to speech, freedom to gather, freedom to assembly, freedom to due process are protected in the town of Essex.
Ethan or Kendall?
I was just gonna say that you know, my understanding of becoming a select board member was that you know, the Town of Essex Select Board is here to create policy and advise the residents to follow policy. We are not here to debate nor create law, and it's okay for us to make a statement about how we may feel about something. But as a board, it is not our job to circumvent the judicial process in the state of Vermont. It is our job to create policy at a local level, and if there is something that's put together that a resolution that doesn't include impeding investigations from federal agencies, I may be in support, but as far as overstepping the government in our official capacity, I don't have any other comments to make.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm hearing what you're saying. You're in favor of actually seeing something to react to, as long as it wouldn't contain any, but you wouldn't be in favor of something that would impede.
Correct, and just to be clear, that I'm in favor of looking at something, not.
Right. Yeah. This isn't a.
Okay.
You know, I will vote.
Yeah.
You know, it's just. Do you want to see something?
Yeah, but I take our comments from our police chief with utmost respect and due process. So.
Kendall?
Well, I guess I'm the biggest dissenter. I do not believe this is the select board's purview. This reminds me a little bit, I think the state of Vermont, we hear this all the time, they spend a lot of time and energy as a legislature on items that don't necessarily impact individuals. And as a select board member, I was elected to represent all the members in Essex and make the best decisions for all the residents of Essex. And I think that we could spend our time better on focusing on things like the budget and stuff like that. That being said, I think this resolution is the perfect thing for a citizens' resolution. They do a petition and bring it to people in the town and get enough for a petition and put it on like town meeting. There's been a number of communities that have done that. Then you're able to have a discussion with a lot of your peers and residents. And I think that is a much more appropriate venue to have action on it, really. So.
Okay. So I'm hearing 3 members would like to see something to react to. I'm also in that camp. So 4 folks would like to see something drawn up, drafted, created. I am more than happy to do that work. Is there anyone who may, what, Shannon?
I'll give you a hand.
Okay. All right, Ethan?
Why, I didn't realize we were taking a straw poll for investment of select board time. This isn't a select board task. This is for us to weigh on. So I'm not in favor of select board taking time to create something.
Yeah, this would just be like, I wouldn't want to put this on staff to draft something up, because it is kind of a net new. I mean, yes, it does relate to, resident safety and belonging as one of our work plan goals, but it was my intent to have this be like drafted by members of the select board under quorum, of course, but then obviously it would come back for discussion, reaction, edits at a future time.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my opinion, because I don't believe that this is our top priority right now for the outcome of the resolution. We're not going to pass anything that's going to change anything. We're just simply making a statement about whether there would be a statement, but we're not making a policy change or any law change. So I wouldn't be in support of the chair or any other select board member investing valuable time rewriting somebody else's resolution.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
Nope, that's okay. Clarity is good. Seems to be the theme of the evening. Clarity is good. Andy.
I just wanted to react to something that Shannon said. We do have an approved declaration of inclusion that does cover a lot of the aspects that you were mentioning, and so I don't know if it happened before you were on the board. I don't know if you're aware that we have a declaration of inclusion.
You're talking about it in the archives of all our select board.
No,
documents?
it was approved in 2023.
Yeah, I was on the board.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah,
I'd love to.
so-
if you
Yeah,
could-
yeah. So just for, you know, it's
It's what we
we're
could do.
right. It's a thing that we approve and we say we've got it, and it's a symbolic, and it's almost a symbolic thing. And I know that it's embedded in what town staff does, but we don't really reference it all that much. We don't. And so yeah. And so it's
I did recently for a newspaper article.
Right. Perfect. So anyway, you know, it's unfortunate that Shannon wasn't aware of it, but it does address some of the things, some of the concerns you brought up. And
Excellent.
And I'm thinking that maybe part of my reason for bringing this up is it could be referenced in the.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we still have 3 members who are interested in seeing something brought back. So Shannon, thank you for volunteering. And we should be in touch about drafting and working with Greg to get it on a future agenda.
I might just suggest that since a lot of people aren't aware of that specific statement that we made, that would be an easy thing to put front and center and bring up tonight.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
because I think some folks may not even be aware that Essex already has policies like that. We've made statements like that. We have, our police department has a specific requirement to do that. So it may be just that a lot of folks don't know that we already have that.
Well, and I think having it in, I think we're kind of getting past the scope of the agenda item a little bit, but I think having the declaration of inclusion pieces of the fair and impartial policing, the oh God, what is it? Work duties. It was in the packet, but taking pieces and having them in one easily accessible document as opposed to all over. So that's a good point, Kendall and Andy. All right. I don't know. I do see hands up. So Sue, if you want to go ahead. And if you're speaking, you are muted.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate all of you taking the time to talk about whether or not this can even be a thing. I am an immigrant myself, and I feel like everybody already knows that, and it's probably why I'm the one bringing this up. I got to read the memorandum, or whatever is the name of the document that the police department operates under, and I understand that there is the federal government cannot be, I guess, interrupted if it's doing legal business, I guess. The language in the document is, it says by using force or physically blocking the official. And also this is something that I brought up in a separate time from the free speech resolution, which I do think that there is room for all of those things being in one. I have concerns, again, as an immigrant myself, about what's happening in the country and the illegality of so many of the acts that are being that have been taking place, including people impersonating ICE officials or agents. And there is, if you want to go into the internet and search this yourself, there is a a lot of people have been arrested impersonating federal officials recently. And so having the police department, I realize now that that is not something that maybe the select board can do. And I would love to talk to the sheriff, but I think that there is room to at least ensure that there are actual and Border Patrol officials that are doing this. At least Border Patrol wears a uniform and generally speaking, drive around in federal vehicles that are marked, unlike ICE. And so I do think that there is at least room to consider something there. Oh, yeah. And I just also that was not like the only thing that I had asked, because I don't know anything about being in any of your positions and what is feasible, what is not, what is legal, what is not. But not just, asking the police department to do something, but ensuring that information like data is being protected. And anyway, I don't need to take any more of your time. Thank you again for talking about this and for giving me time tonight.
And I just want to stay true to the agenda item is, discussion about whether this should move forward. So without getting into the details, because we don't have those details yet, we're going to be drafting and bringing something back for further discussion and, a decision one way or another. So I would just ask if folks can state whether they're in favor of, moving forward with drafting language, or if you wish that we wouldn't, if we can just stay at that level of detail. I apologize. I am probably going to mispronounce your name. Is it Wafik?
Wafik.
Wafik. I apologize. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Wafik Faour, and I live in Richmond. I am a Palestinian refugee, and I came as a student to the United States, married American, and I stayed here. If you're going to ask me what is the best thing I experienced in the United States and why I love this country, it is its laws, constitution, and in particular, the First Amendment right. I say it here, and when I talk to my family overseas, Palestinian refugees, I say the First Amendment rights. That's why here we are talking about the freedom of speech bill. We are not creating, as some I heard saying, creating law or different or opposing federal law or constitution. The opposite exactly. We are studying the First Amendment right, and we say, well, on the federal level, it becomes selective. Some people are enjoying the First Amendment right, but it comes against others if they practice First Amendment rights. And we saw it happening here in Vermont by kidnapping Palestinian American students. They are Palestinian and with a green card residency. We saw the passing of a Turkish students from Tufts University and the Colombian students, Mohsen and Rumaiza. This is the fear in my community, what is happening here. If we close our eyes that, it doesn't matter, those are Arabs, Palestinian, or Muslim, what's happening to them. At one point, all the discussion happened tonight for other issues, from the chairmanship of committee, etc. At one point, they will come after you, and it will be illegal and not legal to speak like that. So if you want to protect the Constitution and the First Amendment rights, you have to pass the resolution that Sue put forward. I heard from a member of the committee talking about, let's talk about budget, which is, I accept that. I mean, a local select board in a small town, Vermont, this is a priority. But when I tell you that our taxes, if I live in Richmond or I live in Essex and Essex Junction and Essex Town, and my taxes, federal taxes, goes to support a country like Israel that killing people and slaughtering people. Hold on, it's the money. It's federal money. It's federal money, ma'am.
We're having a discussion about whether this item should move forward, and I want to rein in comments to be in line with what's warned on the agenda.
I'm bringing the federal money.
What
I
hear is that you're in favor of moving forward with creating a resolution. Is that correct?
Creating resolution based in Sioux's language, not Rutland.
Okay, thank you. Sally, you're next.
Hi, so my name is, I guess my legal name is Sarah Lincoln, but I go by Sally, and I live in Ferrisburg. And I am in favor of it moving forward exactly how Sue's language is written. The fact that Essex has brave residents, and not brave, but like moral compass, straight as an arrow to bring this to attention so that we all can say when we have free speech, it's for all things being said, not exceptional if we say free Palestine. So I'm in favor of it moving forward just as Sue said it.
Sarah, right?
Sarah Lincoln, yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
I know I was reading in my brain and my memory were in competition with one another. Lorraine, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I like a lot of what you guys said. Kendall, interesting proposition to put it on the ballot. Also, I do like the idea because I think Sue, I can't speak for Sue, but I think she may not be familiar with the DEI, and there may be some overlap there too that might be helpful. It doesn't go unnoticed by me that our board is represented by a white people as well. I have friends of color. I have friends who are immigrants. I have friends who have green card status, who were adopted and were scared. And so part of this point in terms of like our town plan is that the select board and the town plan is to provide safety, public safety. And this is to make members who do not feel represented or who are scared a sense of public safety. Statements mean a lot. And if you're willing to actually say something, it will comfort people to feel like they have people in their corner. I would love to continue to see the diversification of our town grow. I think that is economically critical at this point, especially with the way the population in Vermont continues to decline. And I would like to see that we promote and engage people so that they feel safe, want to run for boards, and we can have better representation on our boards as well. To me, it's all connected. So I would like you guys to put something forth and also send Sue what the DEI statement is and maybe work collaboratively. Thanks.
So with that, we are finished with 6E. Next up, discussion and consider preliminary approval of proposed capital projects policy.
I'm sorry. If I may, this is Julian. I'm on Sue's phone. I raised my hand, but you can't tell that I'm not Sue. Would it be okay to speak?
Julian, so what we're doing is, we're not discussing, or we shouldn't be discussing anything specifically. The discussion here tonight was just whether the board is interested in moving forward to draft something to bring back to a future date. So if you could keep it brief as far as whether you're in favor or opposed to that direction, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Yes, I am definitely in favor. I just wanted to say that if it is being read as a partisan wording, I would like to acknowledge that the names being named are being named because they're the people, they are the examples, the current events that are happening. And so I think it's important to keep the names in because it is speaking to protect everybody. and using the most current events, which I believe is important in the wording. So yes, I'm in favor, not like the Richmond, but as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Back to discussion and consider preliminary approval of proposed capital projects policy. To get my agenda back on track here.
Hi, so I'm happy to speak to this item. Karen Adams, the deputy manager here. And when I came on board, Greg had asked me to work with Dan to look at the capital budget and make sure that there's clear guidelines on any changes that might be necessary, who has what authority, and try to codify that into policy. So this is an attempt to do that I'm looking for your feedback on, as well as others who might be interested in offering their comments. So there is a capital project resolution that was adopted some decades ago, date unclear, perhaps lost to history, and had governed the mechanics of the capital budget and defined what a capital project is. Given that there has been some time that has passed since that was adopted, statute has also changed, and so this is also trying to achieve the goal of bringing, for example, the definition of what constitutes a capital project better in line with statute. So I won't go through line by line, but I certainly want to cover the main topics that are in this policy, this draft policy. And so there's a clear objective, which is creating a capital budget program with the process we already undergo, but defining that is the tool to identify, schedule, and track capital projects or acquisition, and provide select board and staff with information to determine priorities and assign available resources to achieve those priorities. The procedural part of it speaks to exactly what we do now under the charter and the state requirements of holding a public hearing. The charter requires that 50 days before town meeting, the manager present a capital budget to the select board. Usually that's around December or January. No changes proposed there. The one addition or clarification to this process is what level of time spending authority is granted for. So generally you're approving for the upcoming fiscal year. When you're looking in January, December timeframe, you're looking at 6 months from now, that authority being able to be utilized. I have suggested the inclusion of language here that allows items to carry over for one possible year. It's often that things either for cost, staff time, other capacity, the completion of a project that has to happen sequentially. There's many reasons why a project may be delayed past the point of the 12 months of the original authority. So I'm suggesting that 1 year is a reasonable carryover time. And any project that isn't accomplished in that time would need to come back to the board for a second authorization. Moving to the definition of capital projects. So this, a brief overview, again, comes basically from statute. The one addition that I've made here is item 4, which is any project requiring debt obligation or borrowing. That's not shown in statute, but that reflects the spirit of the original language that was in the capital projects resolution. Other items or projects that would meet the definition of a capital project are physical betterments or improvements, including furnishings, machinery, apparatus, or equipment for the physical betterment or improvement when first constructed or acquired. This covers quite a range of things, but essentially is investments in our facilities, land, property, equipment, vehicles, technology, all of those items. It also covers preliminary surveys. A lot of times these are scoping studies, engineering design, anything that's prior to construction is eligible to be labeled a capital project so that we can ensure we're fiscally using all of our resources responsibly. Also land or rights in land, that is an eligible capital project. And then there's a carryover from the prior language in the capital project resolution that identifies a capital project as one that does not recur annually and results in a fixed asset. The town does have a fixed asset policy that's sort of incorporated by reference there. Moving on, when I come to funding, a requirement of the capital program is that it identify eligible sources of funding. So I've gone on and listed sort of any either current or possible aspirational sources of funding, including voter-approved capital taxes, state or federal grants, financing agreements, donations, development fees, interest income, transfers from the operating budget, trade-in revenue from equipment trade-ins, impact fees. And so that's also a call out that any spending utilizing those resources under this policy also needs to conform with the town's purchasing policy. And then the rest of the document, for the most part, speaks to amendments and when they're necessary. So right now, it's slightly unclear when a formal amendment to the budget needs to be made, or what authorities the manager has. So in keeping with the spirit of the charter, which, as a refresher, the town manager has the authority to approve expenditures. If you're within a department, you can sort of rearrange the funding within that department should a need arise to be able to do so without select board approval. So I'm sort of following that through here. And there's 3 levels of amendments that are identified. The first is considered an administrative amendment. This is where the town manager has authority to approve these without approval by the select board, but notification is required to the select board through at least an every 6-month reporting interval that's specified later in the document. These items include reducing the cost of a project, removing or deferring a project that was previously approved, reassigning the funding within a single capital area. This, for example, might mean under the capital equipment line item, we may delay the purchase of a parks vehicle so that we can purchase a shared town office vehicle or something similar. It needs to be within that sort of funding group. I've also introduced the idea of a candidate project list I'll talk about in a moment, but that's referenced here as the town manager would have the authority to pull projects from that list and authorize them for funding if they're less than $50,000 and don't exceed the overall budget that was approved by the board originally. And then there's an allowance in here that should project cost increase by 15%, the manager can authorize the spending associated with that, again with the caveat that that doesn't exceed the available amount of funding for that year. Moving to minor amendments, this is where the town manager can approve these with notification to the select board, and that notification would be timely. It wouldn't be rolled into the biannual updates from staff. This would be implementing a project that will, it is between that 15 and 33% cost change. I mean, we often see estimates in January that have changed by February, let alone up to 18 months later. So it's trying to recognize that. Again, the caveat, it can't exceed the spending that was authorized. And then there's a call out here for projects that are on that candidate project list that are above $50,000, but again, don't exceed that amount. So I'll talk about the project list in just one moment. The last category is major amendments, which must be approved by the select board. This is for projects that have increased in cost by 33% or more. And then the addition of any projects in the candidate project list of any value that exceed the amount of approved funding for that year. That could be because there's an additional funding source that was identified, or it could be for some other need that's unforeseen. The project candidate list is a tool that I think would have value in almost being a parking lot for capital items, right? So we've used the term parking lot to identify ideas that have merit and that should be pursued or there's interest in pursuing, but there might not be the capacity or otherwise staff time to investigate those things. So I envision this project candidate list being a number of items that weren't included in the capital budget. This could be the replacement of a vehicle prior to its interval. It could be the purchase of a piece of property we have our eye on but don't necessarily have defined plans for at the moment. This could be a project like replacing storm drains in a neighborhood or other things where we know those are going to be coming up, and should additional funding be found, we want the manager to have the authority to authorize pursuing that capital project because we've all identified it as something the community wants and needs, albeit with no funding mechanism. So I will stop there. Actually, I do have one more comment. There were a number of suggestions from board members that I just want to pull in to add to this discussion. One is about the way that we cost share with the city with regard to police expenses. So in that agreement, the city acknowledges there may be vehicle, technology, equipment purchases that they should have a hand in funding. And in order to do that, we are limited to running those through the operating budget because that is what they cost share in. And so there was a suggestion to call that out specifically, that in one of the sections that talks about, capital projects don't include recurring maintenance or operating expenses, that there's a special carve out there for police vehicles. So I thought that was a reasonable suggestion. There was also a suggestion that item 3, which is the capital project, the definitions, that the language land or rights in land be amended to include a phrase similar to where, for purposes of pursuing a capital improvement. And then as I'm looking through this and was considering my comments to you all, I think I'll recommend a change to my own language here, where I've been talking about does not exceed the authorization within the budget here. It may be that a request comes to Greg or the town manager in July, and there's no reasonable way to understand whether that would exceed the funding because you haven't completed that year. So I would recommend that we change the language of does not exceed the amount is to say something more akin to it is not reasonably expected to exceed that amount. So please, comments, suggestions, very welcome.
Comments, questions, clarifications? Ethan, saw your hand.
Well, I did a lot of thinking about this, and I'm not going to be the favorite person in the room today, but I think we need to remove the administrative amendments, bullet points 3, 4, and 5, and I think the minor amendments completely. I believe that capital planning is exactly what it is, and it's called planning. So yes, you can plan for things and get approval every year like we do. Something unexpected comes up, quick agenda item comes to the board makes the approval. If we're going to give the town manager the approval to do all of what's written in there, I don't see the purpose of having a select board anymore. So I think it's crucial that we understand that 33%, by no greater than 33%, could be well over the purchasing policy. I know it's quoted in there that it wouldn't exceed the purchasing policy, but it should just say not to exceed the purchasing policy if that's the case, but it doesn't say that. So I think that's a circumvent around it in order to be within 15 to 33% of the overall project. I don't agree with having categories for land or I'm using land as an example because it's something that's happened before. But by having a certain chunk of money in planning capital for, let's just say land, right? And that could be land development or whatever I forget what it was written in there last year. It was added, a new column. I don't think that the correct wording in here is that the town manager gets to change and spend to whatever project he sees fit under that category, because many things fall under these broad categories with exceptional amounts of money in them. I believe in a council form of government as an elected official that we are to listen to the people and look at the needs for the town and direct the manager to fulfill those needs. I don't believe that the manager tells us after he's made those decisions and spent the money. Maybe I'm the only one that thinks that way, but that was the first 3 things that popped in my head. And if you read the little notes on the side of the document there, how they're changed about any physical betterment and preliminary studies and surveys relating to physical betterment and improvement. I'd like to see a legal definition on that, if that's land studies for development of purchased property by the town or the lands or rights in land. Does that mean that the town manager can purchase land without the approval of the select board or betterment of the land so he could make capital improvements to a town-owned piece of land without the approval of the select board? And if it's not the case, why is it written that the town manager, right here in this bullet, reassigning the funding within a single capital funding area, and then implementing a project that will result in an increase in cost to the town of a previously approved project by no more than 15%? So is he deciding what the projects are, or is the select board? Because why would he have to reassign something if the select board has made the assignment?
The select board approves the capital plan. This would be similar to when you approve the operating budget and the voters approve the operating budget. Let's say the library has a line item here and they're going to overspend this one, but they're going to underspend this one. The manager has the authority to approve spending adjustments within line of a library budget, a public works budget. So
And that's in our charter.
Correct.
By charter.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
So
capital.
Similar concept. The concept here is similar.
It's not in the charter.
Similar concept here. If something is the building part of capital and the library elevator is coming in to be more expensive than the public works rehab on their admin building, and the manager shifts within that. That's the intent. The intent is not to take money out of the building's budget and put it to the vehicle's budget. So you can all agree or disagree with that, but that was the intent of what was written.
What's your cap on 33%?
So I was just going to respond to your comment about can you select any project? The framework that I'm laying out here is the only projects the manager would select is those that were approved to be on the candidate project list.
By the select board?
By the select board when you adopt the budget, right? So that would be a short list, a long list, whatever you feel is appropriate. And those are the only ones the manager could elevate towards funding in that year because, for example, another project couldn't move forward because of some delay.
In order?
You could specify that.
Was it specified in here?
I did not suggest that the candidate project list needs to be listed in order of priority. Easily could be.
And then what about the 33%? Is there a cap on that?
Also could be. I mean, 33% makes a significant difference if you're looking at a $6,000 project or a $200,000 project.
Or
So you could
1.5 million?
have a cap on one or a spending up to this amount, and then the thresholds change. I'm certainly open to supporting whatever the board's will is on that.
That was my discrepancy that I was reading through, is that it mentions the purchasing policy in here, which is $40,000.
Mm-hmm.
But then it uses the word terminology 33% and 15%, not more than or more than or less than.
Right, so there would be two coexisting policies that govern this. So we're talking about whether projects get deferred, moved up, pulled off a list. You still would need to go through the purchasing policy to pursue that project. So however procurement is defined based on the cost thresholds would need to be adhered to. The limit as under the current purchasing policy of the manager's authority is $40,000. That would still come to the board.
So what are the benefits besides circumventing the select board's vote on each decision?
There's no
The select board.
Well, that's what it's written, right?
That's not the intent. So if that is how it's coming across, we should look at how to change that. That's not the intent.
Can
the
you?
intent is to trust a manager, whether it's me or somebody else, to enact your capital plan and have some flexibility to adjust when things arise.
Right.
But
And
not trying to circumvent.
right, but the comment specifically from two people who reached out to me was that, not saying you're a bad person, but in the instance of a town manager deciding that they're going to use this wording for, I don't mind the removal or deferral of a previously approved project or the reduction in a cost of a previously approved project, but a lot of the other wording, about the addition of eligible products. Okay, I understand your list now, but there's no breakdown of the list or defined wording for how the list is prioritized or what projects, and then the wording about the projects, changing the projects, or reassigning the funding approved within a single capital funding area. Because when you read that, reassigning the funding, you could reassign the funding all you want, right? But until you commit to a project, then it doesn't make it any leverage. So when that sentence was read, the way it was portrayed to me was that you can reassign the funding from one, as long as it's in this category, whatever we decide that the categories are this year when they come out. You know, it seems that they continue to grow. Is that you could reassign that project from whatever. There's no definition of what the reassigning is. It just says reassign the funding. So then the question is, well, I understand that there's some wording in there about coming to the select board twice annually. Well, to correct any of these problems would be after they happened, potentially to the tune of, I understand there needs to be some clarification in your wording that the 33% is capped at 40,000. If that's the intent, it's to be written. But it's not written that way. It's written that a $1.2 million project, he's, 400,000. So that's 33%, right? So then now it's going to be, how do you stop this if this unfolds to be something more than the way that it's not clearly written? Is that you would have to be a whole year before the select board would get to weigh in on those capital projects after the funding's assigned. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a genius. People came to me with concerns about this, and I read through it, and I was like, the way I understand it, it's pretty openly written that there's no protection from the select board until a year after for the select board to assign these capital projects. So once we make a list, it's free reign to do whatever, as long as the funding lines up from that line to that project. He can change them however they want, or whoever the town manager may be, is the way it was interpreted.
Is it the way that our budget works currently?
Yes.
The budget?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, operating budget, not
but
capital.
But whether it's operating or capital, if we're the ones that are creating the list of items on the capital plan, if we are creating the project candidate list, and if you want to add in the prioritization of that project candidate list so that it would, if number 1 falls through, it then goes to number 2 within the same category. I guess I
For
feel like
for 33% more of an unknown amount. That's the problem.
Right, but we can add in.
But we won't add in anything because we've approved him to do it.
In the discussion of this right here, we can add in those limits if you want to see those limits.
Why doesn't the project just fall through and then it comes back to the select board and the select board approves a new project?
That's an option.
The way it's always been for however long. I don't understand what the push is to change the way it's been. I'm asking. I'm not speculating. I'm simply asking, why is there a push to spend 33% more than what was budgeted?
I wouldn't say that there's a push to spend 33%.
Well, it's in here presented to me.
Yeah, but there's not a push behind it. It's an option and a tool in our toolbox, so that if we don't want to be similar to the operating budget, if we don't want to be involved in all of the minutia around, well, this project isn't ready, but this one is, so we can just move the funding from one to the other seamlessly without having to draft a memo, bring it to the select board, take up select board time. I'm trying to think of, if we've already approved projects, and more so if we've already approved priorities of those projects, we have the categories, and additionally, if we put a max limit in addition to the 33%, we've already given that input, those guardrails. We've already set the GPS for where we want to go. I see this as, like, do we also then want to be sitting in the passenger seat for the ride when we've already set the GPS, filled up the car, and said, we're avoiding toll roads, we want to avoid dirt roads. I'm probably not making sense right now. It's been a really long day, but I mean, I think the select board still has that involvement. We set the project candidate list. We can add in that we set the priority of, you know, where those projects fall. If we set that limit as far as, you know, more than 30% up to, put a max amount, like we're building in those protections on top of what's already there.
And that amount could be 5%, it could be 10%, it's whatever the board feels comfortable with. I think it's important for the manager to have latitude that recognizes estimates are being developed, in some cases, 18 months before a project is put out to bid. So just trying to account for the changes that a project might experience in that time frame. It's not to take authority away from the select board or hand the town manager authority he doesn't currently enjoy. It's more just trying to recognize projects have a life cycle and the details of those projects can change quite drastically.
Andy?
Did I hear you say that if that 33% comes into play, the procurement policy also comes into play? So if that 33% hits more than 40,000, it has to come to the select board anyway.
Correct.
We could clarify that.
Yeah.
And so that's I think the language that needs to get put in here is within the procurement policy or whatever we call it, and not put a specific number because we may change the procurement policy, right?
Yeah, and just to be clear, the purchasing policy does speak to change orders, and it doesn't, if I remember correctly, it doesn't really say if there's a threshold on those change orders, so that's something we can keep in mind as we update the purchasing policy, which we're also working on.
Yeah.
But yeah, very happy to put in some sort of limit, whether it's a percentage amount or a percentage up to a certain dollar amount, whatever you're comfortable with.
And just a quick question, is this time bound at all?
No.
No.
Kendall?
So the one comment that I've got more than any other one as a select board member has been that I'm just a bobblehead here, that we just authorize what staff does. And I don't have a problem with that with the operating budget. The town manager runs the operating budget, and he should have the discretion under his spending limit to move funds around all he wants. When it comes to capital budgets, though, these are long-term projects, and there's a lot of discretion as to what actually gets funded. And I think that the select board should be involved in every step with that. An example would be, he has a $50,000 project limit to change. A car doesn't become available, the money's not available. One of the list items is to purchase the land for the conservation thing for a boat thing. Greg does that. He's the town manager. The next thing you know, the next meeting, they're going to be in here. There's going to be some people think that's fantastic, great. There's going to be some people that are in here, well, look, we've got this truck over here in Public Works. Isn't that more important than a boat launch? And that'll all fall right on the town manager. And I don't think that should. I think it should fall on the board and the town manager if you're going to make a change to a capital 5-year project plan. That's all. That's the only change I would make in the administrative amendment, is that the town manager and the select board in some form or fashion should both be held to that responsibility. Because we're gonna get that anyway. We get that sometimes now where you had this project and you didn't do it, but you did this one. And it's nice to have the whole board involved and make a decision so that it doesn't all fall on Greg and it doesn't all fall on the board. It's a collaborative effort. So that's my 2 cents.
How is it done presently? You mentioned that there's a lot of edits and different things to this. I'm just curious, what is it happening right now?
I think I'd have to defer to Greg. I haven't been here long enough to see a full cycle. I think it mostly follows the more restrictive spirit of this. I think, for example, there was additional monies approved by the voters on town meeting day. We'll be coming back to you with a changed budget to figure out how you want to allocate those additional revenues. That's not a decision that staff would just make at the direction of the town manager. When a project comes in slightly over, I think there's the same balancing that happens. When a project comes in moderately or even significantly over, I think that becomes a board discussion. Please fill in the blanks, Greg. But.
Yeah, it sort of depends on the situation, and I'm going to have a hard time unless you have specific questions or examples. I think it's everything that Karen laid out. It can be, I mean, staff presents and the select board approves a capital budget each year after a public hearing, and we do our best to stick to that as best we can. Sometimes stuff comes up. I'm trying to think of some recent examples. There was a situation with some public works vehicles maybe a year or two ago where I think it was the administrative car was in good shape. It was due for replacement, but it was running fine. We had another vehicle that was not running fine, and so we brought it to the select board and asked permission to purchase the vehicle that really needed to be purchased and hold off on doing the admin vehicle. Other stuff, if it comes in under budget or at budget, we still will typically come to the select board and say we've gotten 3 quotes. We're going out to bid depending on the project, and will you approve the bid to do such and such project, and it's approved in the capital plan, and it's either going to be 20,000 below or 50,000 above, or in recent one that was tens of thousands of dollars below. So we come in, we ask for approval based on going out to bid, which is part of the purchasing policy. We try to do the best we can based on the plan that's approved and the purchasing policy that's in place, and try to present to you with reasons and conditions for why a change may be necessary. Does that help?
That does help. I appreciate that. I think the conversation has been good tonight about, and personally, when I read through this, my major note I took away was that I thought 33% was a bit high. I think that, there needs to be limits, and I also do agree that, either a clause in there that says that within following the purchasing policy or whatever it is, or up to 40,000, or, asterisks with, tying it back to other policies is important.
I have a bunch more to add. I submitted a lot of comments on the capital project. I think if you're going to look at a policy like this that's been in effect for this long, that you have an opportunity to really change it and tighten up your financial stuff that you do. The emails that I sent laid it out pretty good. I don't think the big capital budget should have any item less than $5,000 on it. Those items should be taken care of in your operating budget. That's what you're actually doing now. The one thing that's lacking in every town department in Essex is you don't have a short-term capital reserve where you can replace those items that aren't big capital items but that fail. I'll use an example right now. I forget the exact amount, but I asked about it. You had to find 20,000, 25,000 in public works to replace a one-time purchase item out of the operating budget. And and I know right now they're like, well, we're not going to do so many culverts, or we didn't do this paving, or maybe we're coming under budget because we don't have staff. Every department is doing that. They need to replace chairs or capital items like that are replaceable items that have a 5 or 10 year lifespan. You don't plan for it in the budget. You just assume that the staff is going to find the money somewhere, robbing Peter to pay Paul in most cases. So I would ask that you set up a capital program where you have a big capital budget with these big items that come up, and that you provide each department, you ask them to set up an asset list of replaceable items and use a 10-year time frame. So a $2,000 item that you've got to replace, instead of when it fails, you have to find that unexpected $2,000 item in the budget, that you put in the $200 a year with the idea that it's going to last 10 years, and you're going to replace it within its lifespan. The benefit of doing that is twofold. One, there's some items that will go a lot longer than the expected lifespan, especially with our staff. So that gives you a little bit of capital cushion to replace those other items that don't go the 10-year lifespan and fail at 5 years. It levels out your budget substantially. If you look at the operating budget now, there's a cushion built into it, and it has to be built into it, Ethan, because if they don't have the money someplace else or shortchange their work, then they're over budget. And Essex does a very good job of staying within a budget. But you can look back on your history and it's obvious that that's what's been happening for 30 years because your infrastructure everywhere is suffering from it. Because you're going to replace that lawnmower because you got to replace it to mow the lawns, but that takes $10,000 or $15,000 from your operating budget that you had designated in your operating to do other things. So it's a long-winded thing, but I provided a big email about all this data, and I really think that it's time to look at it because it would make a substantial difference to the budgeting. That's my 2 cents.
Do we want to spend more time discussing how we feel about this? Do we want to send specific comments, ideas to Karen for incorporation? Shannon, you mentioned the 33% being high. Ethan, you mentioned the prioritizing of the projects list. That's not the actual name of it. Project candidate list, excuse me. In other words, do we want to go further down this road tonight, or do we want to collect thoughts, create some language suggestions, and bring this up at a future meeting?
We have anything important to talk about later? Because I've been in a tractor for a lot of days, and I'm not going late today, so.
Yeah, well, we still have the parking lot item and then an executive session.
My point. I'm a no vote for an extension today, so.
Okay.
So
Andy.
I'm just a little uncomfortable with sending her away with comments that have come without a potential rebuttal to them, because I'm not in favor of the select board prioritizing the auxiliary list, whatever we're calling it, because I think that's up to staff as the experts, and they need to be able to have the ability to prioritize that list themselves. So that I want to make that comment that I wouldn't like you to spend a lot of time adding stuff in there about prioritizing that, because I'm not in favor of it.
Or we don't send comments, we just put it on a future agenda and folks come prepared to dig in at that point.
Let's bring it back. Yes.
Yes, I think bring it back.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, discussion, potential action on select board parking lot work items for fiscal year 2026. We had the list in our packet again of the parking lot items. Andy, I see your hand up.
I said that the last time I support all of the staff recommendations with regard to the parking lot list.
Okay. Any other comment, input? Shannon?
Yeah, going through this, lists, I had thought we had incorporated a number of these into the actual priorities, or the top 23 list, or what it was, and I just saw things on here that I thought were already moved over. Was this just grabbed from that packet and put in this packet, or what happened?
We thought we finalized the work plan that you finalized, and that's in the reading file. The parking lot we didn't get too far into, so that's basically just copy and paste or carried over from the last packet.
But for instance, and this is just I agree with a lot of what's in here for staff, that a lot of these items should be on department work plans or things like that, and I'd rather just, with that in mind, I don't know that they need to be in a parking lot. I think they're already on other work plans, to be honest. So I was curious why, for instance, number, where is it? Public and private partnerships, number 9. Didn't we incorporate that in one of our other things from last time? And so it shouldn't be on a parking lot list. It should be.
Yeah, we had that as flagged as a remove. I guess we could have done clean up.
Sorry, I guess.
Wanted to keep it all there just so you could have this discussion, but the parking lot items are listed as parking lots. Those are items 16 through 24. So yeah, but we wanted to present you with this whole page, and if you're comfortable with moving and removing, we can do that with the ones that are flagged. If there's any that you wanted to discuss further, we can do that. And otherwise, the parking lot items that are flagged as such are well. We had kind of left as the parking lot, but I did copy and paste this whole.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I thought discussion was had.
I just had one question about the investigate purchase of the EWSD's property, Saxon and Town School District Forest. The Saxon Forest Management Plan won't affect that since it does include their 90-acre piece. So we can log it and do whatever we need to do with it and reap the benefit even though they own the land. Is that the way that works?
Yeah, yes. I'm offering because I worked with Harlan most closely on that. We did circle back to the school district because the staff members who participated in developing the forest management plan were no longer there. And so we just sent it to them again, I think twice or three times, just to make sure, hey, can you read this and make sure you understand the implications? Here's a couple bullet points. No concerns on their end.
Okay.
Yeah. And the actions that are described in the forest management plan are consistent with the lease that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
I am Ethan.
I got a motion to add 14 as a medium priority.
So that would be altering our actual work item list, which isn't warned for this evening.
So
we flagged it as move, remove. We kind of wrapped it into a high priority item under the work plan to look at budgeting, including contracting operations, including mowing and plowing.
This memo is for discussion. There's no action to be taken. If there's no action to be taken, there's no discussion because there's no motions, there's no business. So we'll have to move on to the next item. Right?
No, there was a sense from the last meeting that people wanted to take a look at the parking lot. I wasn't sure what direction that might be, so we put it on here to have you take a look at it and see if there's any direction you want us to take to bring back to you for future action. If you're okay with it, you're okay with it.
The agenda says discussion and potential action, so yeah.
Where does it say action?
That's the memo. It's the agenda. The memo doesn't.
Yeah, it's a warrant.
So it's not publicly warned correctly then to make action.
The agenda.
Discussion
Okay.
and potential
Says
action
discussion
on
and potential
Selectboard
action.
parking lot.
This is what counts.
So
The
can I make a
content-
motion?
The memo is that memos for discussion, and the select board may choose to take action. I wasn't sure what action you might want to take, so there's no recommended action motion.
But the subject of the action is the parking lot items. If you want to update our work plan, updating of the work plan isn't warned for action. So action would be limited to the parking lot, removing things, adding things to the parking lot.
Essentially a waste of time.
What's that?
Essentially a waste of time because the parking lot is nothing to be acted on, correct?
No, we can act on the parking lot. We can act on this list in front of us.
Right, but what action comes from this list? Nothing, correct?
You could move something from move, remove to parking lot if you'd like.
Yep. You can put it from something that was removed to the parking lot. You can remove it
Okay.
from the parking lot completely.
So
But
what?
the item that you're speaking about specifically, identify cost benefit of internal versus contracted operations, including mowing and plowing, was moved onto the work plan under the, I believe it was the operating.
It says it was removed, and the notes say, but besides that, before we even go into any more discussion, the proposed action is move or remove. Where are we moving it to?
Apologies for the lack of clarity. Those were our notes, staff notes from when we looked at this back in July. And all those items that said move or remove were items that we flagged. We put them on like the parking lot page, but it was items that we flagged as either removing them because they're being done or they're captured somewhere else, or move them to a staff work plan.
Okay, so for clarity for tonight, what action can be taken?
I don't know, because I wasn't sure what sort of action you might want to take, but I got a sense that there was desire to discuss the parking lot further, and you could take the action that Andy and Tracy described, or you could ask to put something on another future agenda for further discussion and potential action.
Yeah, so the reason why that's marked as move, remove is because on our actual work plan, it's make improvements to the operating budget process and outcomes, including looking at public-private partnerships and when to contract out work such as snow plowing and mowing, etc. So it's on our work plan.
It's in a convoluted way,
It's not
sure.
a standalone
But
item.
this topic that we're discussing right now has no potential action because there's no proper way to make action on this list. So we might as well move on from the list. Or I'll make a motion to make action. That's my point of clarification here.
Okay, is your motion to add something to the parking lot, to move something from parking lot to move, remove?
No, no. The motion would be to move it on to our work plan, but clearly that has been closed, so this list is obsolete.
It is on our work plan.
It is on our work
Okay.
Or does anybody care to make a motion, or are we just good with parking lot? Ken, public comment?
Ken Signorello, I'm going to suggest that you take item number 17 and punt it to the Conservation and Trails. And you have one less item in your parking lot. It says right there that the staff doesn't have capacity in fiscal 26. Seems like it's right in our wheelhouse. We have a new water quality person on our board. Send it to us. That's what you appointed us for. Happy to take it on.
I think it's a great idea. Would you like a motion for that? Or do you want to take a straw poll? It's similar when we did the work plan, we took straw polls. Do we need a full motion for this?
I mean, this is on the parking lot work items. I don't,
It's
Andy?
also in the town plan. So Conservation and Trails can work on it if they want.
Yeah, I mean, their Conservation and Trails is in control of their own work plan, so if they want to add it to their work plan.
Within the constraints of staff, yeah. But
So, I guess, if I'd probably want to wait until it's verified that it's on theirs, but someone could make a motion to remove 17 from the select board's parking lot, or we can move on.
I'm glad the chair is here from the Conservation Trails. He sees this in our parking lot. I hope that they take it on. If not, we'll see it next year.
Okay. All right, so with that, I'm moving forward on the agenda. The last two items, do we have anything in open session for those two? So moving along to the reading file.
Do we have time for board comments?
Yep.
I just wanted to congratulate the Essex, let me get the name right, the town of Essex Little League All-Stars. They went to New England this past weekend, won the first round for the first time in many years, and I think it's wonderful that they had such a great experience.
Very cool. Ethan.
Not to burst your bubble, and they did an amazing job, but they had a rough game today.
Oh, we don't need to put that on the
But they're
record.
going to kick back, and they got one more chance. So they're still in it. It's double elimination for the World Series.
Yeah.
But they played today at 9.
Yeah, no, they lost 10-0.
Poor guys.
But they won it.
They kicked butt.
They kicked butt on
Other than-
Saturday,
yeah.
which is great.
Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate the fire department. It's nice that they're working so well with our co-city. That's fantastic. That's good for everybody. I'd also like to commend the Public Works Department and everybody that worked on the force main leak and inspections and stuff. That's going to save a lot of money in the long run. And it's a big load off a select board member's mind that force main's not going to blow a leak sometime soon.
Yep, indeed. All right, if there's nothing else for the reading file, I would entertain some executive session motions. Ian?
I make a motion that the select board make the specific finding that general public knowledge of labor relations agreements with employees would place the town at a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Shannon. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Andy?
I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss labor relations agreements with employees pursuant to 1 VSA 313A1B to include the town manager and deputy town manager.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Shannon. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Andy?
I move that the select board make the specific finding that general public knowledge of pending or probable civil litigation or a prosecution to which the body is or may be a party would place the town at a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kendall. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Andy?
I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss pending or probable civil litigation or prosecution to which the public body is or may be a party pursuant to 1 VSA 313A1E to include the town manager and deputy town manager.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second? Thank you, Shannon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. We are now in executive session. Do we?